I actually love this movie.
It's either this guy is in this situation, he has a horrible moment of weakness,
It's so interesting hearing Tarantino speak on it.
pulls that trigger, and he gets away with it. He's not spending the rest of his life in jail. But on the other hand, he doesn't get away with it. And it's this heavy thing. It's affect his ability to get work. It's affect the way that people think about him and talk about him. And it probably affects him. And then he has this moment of conceivably redemption at the end of the movie. So that's that movie. There's another movie. He didn't do it. It's an accident that happened. And it might.
Something's wrong with my OBS. Fuck, that's so me, dude. Hello, I'm reaching out to propose a collective collaboration opportunity that I can believe could benefit you mutually as a streamer. My goal is to help talented streamers like you reach a broader audience and grow your followers. I have a solid network of gaming enthusiasts and social media followers who are always looking for new and exciting ways to watch the stream. Add me on my Discord and username samagolden02996. Are you Mizkif's cousin? I feel like you've reached out to me before. Defended X. Dude, I get like 1 follower and 3 bots every stream. It's fucking brutal. At least on Twitch it was like that. Kicker's way cooler. Way cooler. Yikes. Don't look at my recommended tab, dudes. Oh man, you can hear someone doing burnouts outside my window. Sherry put up a tweet today. I feel like this is like some pretty inspirational shit as far as like a good example for others. Not in the sense that Cherry's like doing well and that we want to be in her situation, but when you are, being aware of it. It's something that I think a lot of people struggle with. Last stream I was talking about a guy that I debated quite a lot, and unfortunately for him, one of the struggles that had led him to a completely fucked worldview, where he was like victimizing other people and wanted whole sections of the population, namely women, locked up and shamed, and criminals like pimps and fuckboys. He just wanted those people to be venerated, really. I think a big part of it was that he couldn't see himself as a victim. He couldn't understand that like he could really be what it meant for him to be on the receiving end of someone taking advantage. Not that he didn't think this couldn't happen, but if I wanted to simplify how retarded he was, I would just say, yeah, you don't believe you could be a victim, right? And that's the kind of guy that will put up with a lot of abuse and have terrible life partners, terrible friends, just because he assumes that like well, this can't be that bad. But you know, once he's lived a life being abused by these people, I feel like he's a pretty good example of the fact that he was wrong, and that he probably would have been a lot better off and a lot more of a exemplary human if he had just accepted that he was getting fucked over. The Cherry Seat tweet says, I'm taking... Sorry, I'm allergic to my own accent. I'm taking care of myself, and I'm surrounded by unconditional love and support. I find it necessary to show concern for myself when others do not. The worst thing I did for the last 4 years was ignore and suppress my terrible gut feeling I had that I was not a human to so many people around me. I don't feel vindicated right now, I feel shattered, like I was in a dream where I'm falling for what feels like forever. And suddenly someone just woke me up. I've watched people I know speak about me like I'm a concept. I've seen many show more concern for themselves and careers of creators around them than my well-being. The threat made of 20 streamers, if I am successful in getting... Wait, are these two sentences linked? I've seen many show more concern for themselves and the careers of creators than they are for my well-being. The threat made to the 20 streamers, if I am successful in getting justice for my crimes done, to me is something I take seriously, especially after the person I am accusing was just named as an influence of violence and extremism in a shooter's manifesto last week. Right, so what she's saying there is like, because Destiny was like, hey, if 20 people go down for this, if I go down for this, I'm taking 20 people with me. Kind of puts a pressure on Cherry that like those 20 people will be trying to stop her from coming out. And all their fans will be like, Cherry, why are you doing this? You're fucking over these 20 people. And yeah, she is taking it seriously because Destiny is radicalizing his fans. And allegedly one of his fans, or at least someone who is influenced by him, has been part of a school shooting in Antioch, which we're going to look into. If people I know do speak about me like I am a human, if they are reckless with their words, I will voice my concern for myself. People I know do not speak about me like I am human. If they are reckless with their words, I will voice concern for myself. If you don't understand my fear, I'm worried you don't view me as a person. I mean, if people are going to be out there fucking with these other streamers, you would assume they're willing to fuck with her as well. It's kind of terrifying, dude. Dude, fuck this bot coming in here and talking to me like this. So I looked up some stuff on this Antioch school shooter. Still having a little bit of trouble with my... Interesting. Why is my stream doing this? I just flick over like this. Weird. Antioch school shooting, Nashville. So a 17-year-old, Jesus. Posted alt-right paraphernalia photos from past school shootings. 2 dead and 1 injured after 17 opened fire with a handgun at Antioch. Solomon Henderson. Nashville Police said during a 2:30 p.m. news conference there are online materials that are factoring into the police investigation. So let's look up Solomon Henderson manifesto. Pages of writings. Someone in JStalk Discord probably linked these, right? I don't know. I can't see it, laddie. In one of his first sentences, Henderson wrote, "I am shamed to be black." He wasn't anti-Semitic in his writings and posted a flyer around the Goyim Defense League, which is a neo-Nazi white supremacy group that visited Nashville this summer. Henderson said he was inspired by Candace Owens, a conservative black pundit who previously called Nashville home. Candace Owens influenced me above all each time she spoke. Well, I mean, if he's into Candace, he probably hates Destiny, right? I was so miserable, I wanted to kill myself. I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm a worthless subhuman, a living, breathing disgrace. All my in real life friends outgrew me, act like they didn't fucking know me. Being me was so fucking humiliating. That's why I spend all day disassociating. Henderson's writings also show a photo of the Covenant school shooter who died in 2023 after attacking the private Christian school. 3 children and 3 staff. People died by the end of that day in addition to the shooter. He wrote he didn't intend to kill law enforcement and that he didn't consider himself the victim of bullying. However, he did write that he felt about the school in disparaging terms about race. Antioch High School has a diverse student body with a majority of Hispanic and black students. Alright, despite this being more about Candace Owens than that, this is the world we live in, and it is like a terrifying place, which I think Cherry could quite easily and rightfully say is scary. And for Destiny to fuck around in it in the way he does is wrong. He's really a predator taking advantage of the school shootings. Wasn't there a reference to Destiny in this article? I guess not. Oh, it must have been in this one. Social media accounts linked in the document and scattered across many platforms, including X, Kick, TikTok, and more focused heavily on Groiper content, a nickname used by many online white nationalist and neo-Nazi groups, as well as incel content, a name referring to young men who claim to be involuntarily celibate and espouse incredibly violent misogynistic views. Look at that smile. In the same document, updated 4 hours before the shooting, the writer expressed dismay at having to speed up an original plan to commit the shooting on Thursday, and said the goal was to kill at least 10 people, alongside a specifically targeted elementary school teacher who was not named. On a Blue Sky account linked in the document, a post on Wednesday morning read, "Today seems like a good day to die." The shooter also appeared to live stream the attack from multiple platforms, including Kick. Candace Owens, a Nashville-based conservative commentary who was recently temporarily suspended on YouTube for hate speech, is credited in the document as an inspiration. The document says the writer was stunned by her insights and her own views, which helped push the writer further and further into his anti-Semitic beliefs. Owens on Wednesday night responded to her name being in the document in a post on X. It's really sickening that people would use the words of a young 16-year-old girl to try to quickly score points, political points, rather than to responsibly make sure what they're sharing is accurate. Yes, the person has influenced me above all. Candace Owens each blah 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 blah. To expand on this, Candace Owens has influenced me above all each time I spoke to her. Each time she spoke, I was stunned by her insights and her own views, helped push me further and further into the belief of violence over the Jewish question, along with Turkey Tom and Ruben Sim pushing me to the alt-right pipeline. I wonder if this is like a Christchurch shooter thing where he's like subscribed to PewDiePie, right? He's like drawing attention to like major creators. But I don't know. The Turkey Tom thing just seems like a little bit of a stretch. The Candace Owen thing is undoubtedly on the money though, because like the way she talks is, I'm just asking questions, but she asks a lot of suspicious questions. I mean, she's just blatant with it. She's like a disgusting racist person, like the worst kind. Regarding the Legion manifesto, it's an obvious troll. How can you tell? Because the Ranger individual plays the exact same language from the Christchurch, New Zealand manifesto. There we go. That is right on the money. Combined with other manifestos and writings freely available on the web, she said, in a sense, it's a plagiarized document. She added that the copycats know that they can gain traction just by mentioning that what they perceive to be big names, because the media will push those names for clicks. Also on the document were images promoting the Great Replacement theory, a white supremacist conspiracy theory purporting that individuals of colour are not systematically embracing whites taking over governments, in reference to militant accelerationism, a nihilistic and violent ideology that supports sparking violence in vulnerable areas with the end goal of collapsing society as a whole. Carla Hill, Senior Director of Investigation Research in the Anti-Defamation League Centre on Extremism, confirmed that the organisation had reviewed one of the writings allegedly posted by the shooter. Our analysts located a sprawling manifesto full of anti-black content. References to acceleration and anti-Semitism, Hill said it was plagiarized from various far-right manifestos and publications, including Terrogram Collective and a manifesto by Matthew Harris. Drake said in a news conference that he hopes in the future, if people see something concerning, they will say something. We believe there is materials out there and maybe they were seen, Drake said, adding something. Yeah, despite this obvious like plagiarism, trolling, clickbaity shit, I believe he did actually give a statement as like just about him like disassociating, right? What did he specifically say about that? Because there's like a large, yeah, I was miserable, I just wanted to kill myself, I couldn't take it anymore, I'm a worthless subhuman, a living, breathing disgrace. Unless this is like an Elliot Rodgers quote. What the hell is this? Terrogram is a decentralized network of neo-Nazis that promote acts of white supremacist violence, including attacks on infrastructure. More on the terror designation here. Those who can't stand the sight of blood, especially their own, should stay home and pray for those who come outside the master rules to move, to do it, and to pray for victory and not an end to the slaughter. Pray for us to succeed, for if we do succeed, you will be safe. If we don't, then kiss your baby goodbye. Joseph Tomasi? What is that? Makes that shit sound real brave, bold, and important. Anyway, I feel like this is like enough I need to know about it. Might as well get through the rest of this article though. School as a daycare, it is impossible. This smaller article seems to be a lot more on point. Like the other article, did this one even reference that like the dude was probably clickbaiting and like understanding the deeper meta, or did they literally just fall for all the bullshit? Yeah, whereas in here they're quoting like the more subtle but poignant parts of his manifesto. School is a daycare, it is just impossible for you to actually think. You say things because other people have said it before, then go repeat ad nauseum somewhere else. In school we're taught to wake up early, shut up, sit for long periods of hours and do tasks and you hate, then repeat. This writing's included a link to instructions on how to carry out a mass killing with targets ranked as far as what is easiest. There are links to other manifestos in his document, and he praised other mass shooters. Alright. How about some bleach?
Cool.
I don't even know what this is.
Okay. Crisp lettuce, you're so nasty. You're disgusting.
It's a nasty stream.
You are, like, your face is mangled.
What the fuck? Let's watch this one as well. I just thought this was a funny quote.
Why lo-fi though?
Because it's like white noise, you know? It's better than a quiet room.
Yeah, but we could be listening to like 9 Inch Nails. I wanna fuck you like an animal, you know? Like we could do that instead, baby, as I fuck you like an animal.
Excuse me.
I said I wanna fuck you. No.
Jesus. I don't know if I like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Ignore that. Ignore that. Oh my god. Bro, how fucked up is it that I like go live and immediately feel like I need a break to go have a shower? Yo, we're definitely watching this. It's a banned documentary that was meant to come out in 2019 about the rise of Jordan Peterson. But now it's finally out. I'm 64. I've seen and loved an exciting life. I found JP when crawling out of the darkness, when everything I based my life on crumbled. My family, my relationship with my daughter, my career. He showed me painfully I had a major hand in it all. His message saving my relationship with my daughter and renewed my faith in myself and my relationship with reality itself. Love, faith, courage, bravery, to face inevitable pain. Where do I start? All I can say is JP and his family are a god. That's fucked up, bro. I get it that I like JP because he brings this to other people, but then when I see them going through it, I'm like, oh, well, at least this was maybe the best for them. Although JP went off the deep end, so it sort of takes away from the guidance that he was meant to bring to the masses. I get they're gonna see him like a god. People just want to be told what to do. And I get that. So I just want to find the one to tell them what to do and be like, hey, that's the guy you should follow. They're gonna follow someone, but JP went a bit off kilter. Unfortunately.
The Skynet future is a terrible one, chat. You see, Skynet is about robots in the future taking over. Skynut is about billions of fake suitors on the internet sending you DMs saying that my sister just found your profile and she'd like to meet you. Or, man, you look so hot. I would love to see you in a chat. Or please, look at my OnlyFans, even though it's not actually a real human being. Skynut is automated horny bait. That's what it is. And it's everywhere. Skynut has already taken over. It's a terrifying thing to behold, and it is real, and it will only get worse. Soon, AI will make Skynut even more terrifying, because you won't know if it's real. You'll have no idea. Look. The Skynut...
Holy shit, that's fucked up. You know what? I'm gonna put on a waiting screen and play some of one of my greatest hits. While I go over shower. I might even shave. I think I need to build a waiting screen though. How's that? It kind of sucks and I kind of don't have room for highlights. I mean, it doesn't really suck. It's actually pretty good as like a waiting screen. It's not like I actually have a highlights. Oh. Yo, why the fuck does that pop up? Is this where he kicked Nino out? It was a hell of a moment. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back stream, but just give me a minute to get ready. Hello. I need to rename this video. This isn't Outer Worlds Part 4 The End. This is hanging out with friends in the Discord. For some reason, like, my Twitch is bugged out and it all gets exported from Twitch onto YouTube, and Twitch just names everything Outer Wilds Part 4 DLC. Might be something to do with OBS, I'm thinking, but it's mainly to do with Twitch being lame. Watching a random video on Midsummer would be cool. But let's do something a bit more streamer based, like the Jordan Peterson Doco. Dude, having 2 monitors is sick, dude. Wish I had some chatters to share that with. Fuck. How do I delete a message? Is there a way just to delete a message out of Twitch chat? Wow, Jordan Peterson. Oh, fuck you. Ban Jordan Peterson, Doco. Let's go. I need to change my titles. Yeah. There's a shadow within myself, and once I have conquered it, I will be able to use its power to drive my will forward into this world. I will be both beautiful and terrible and powerful. A force to be reckoned with, one to split your psychology in twain. Oh, Malamute. Dog. What is going to happen in this doco that makes it ban worthy, you know? He doesn't want to appear feminine. But that's a pretty masculine thing. What was the question? How often is he irritated? I'm a 5. I have my emotions completely under control. True. Compare it to others, JBP. Ooh. This is gonna be sick. Shit. Oh. I don't know why my OBS just broke again. Capture cursor, audio, match title, otherwise. Window of the same executable. Same type. Match title. I don't know, I'm playing with fire doing it this way, but I think it's the way I'm going to do it. What the fuck? Hold up. Can you guys just not hear this at all? Bro. Why didn't anyone tell me? Where is that sound going?
They're afraid of the potential kickback from students, or afraid of speaking out in public about their research on political psychology and personality. It's just an endless array of details indicating that the requirement to speak in the politically correct manner is becoming overwhelming. It just so happened that it was the trans pronoun issue that brought in this restrictive legislation that had forced speech content, which I think is a very bad idea in principle. Very, very dangerous idea. I've entitled this talk, Professor Against Political Correctness. There are continually things happening in the universities and in the broader political world that make me very nervous. It's becoming increasingly difficult for professors and students to even say what they think. And I think that some of the things that I say in my lectures now might be sufficient for me to be brought before the Ontario Human Rights Commission under their amended hate speech laws. And that scares me as well. And it scares me that I think that because it sounds paranoid. And there was a first reading of legislation in the Federal House in Canada about a bill called C-16.
And I'm very proud that on May the 17th, we introduced Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. The bill addresses a fundamental issue of equality and human rights, the discrimination and hate crimes experienced by trans and gender diverse Canadians.
Definition of discrimination and harassment. Now, these are truly terrifying. Discrimination happens when a person experiences negative treatment or impact, intentional or not. Intent matters. This is a painful thing that human beings have learned. It's at the base of our modern legal systems. If I accidentally run into you, that's way different than if I run into you on purpose. And so this policy is designed to reverse that. So this is the scenario I've been running through my head. I can envision a student or a colleague insisting that I call them using gender-neutral pronouns. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't recognize another person's right to determine what pronouns I use to address them. I won't do it. Now, my decision might be illegal, and maybe it's even a decision of hate, but I'm not doing it.
I watched the video and then was in danger of vomiting all over my keyboard. I started tweeting about it, and I made a number of comments basically calling out Peterson for being transphobic. But I just sort of felt that I could speak perhaps to having a little bit of lived experience as a non-binary and a trans person on campus. And I wanted to try to stick up for students who felt under fire from Peterson's remarks.
Maybe.
I wrote to someone in the administration and asking, gosh, what are we going to do about this? And it sort of snowballed from there.
Why are you against the use of alternate pronouns?
I'm against the use of legislation to determine what words that myself and other people are required to utter.
Bill C-16 is actually not about cisgender people. It's about protections for transgender people. Peterson frames this as a free speech issue. Just because you can't speak exactly what you want to say, when you want to say it, where you want to say it, doesn't mean you get to throw a big tantrum.
You've accused him of abusing students by not using the pronouns they want to be addressed by.
That's how I see it, absolutely.
That is tantamount to abuse in your view.
Absolutely. Many global documents, many organizations.
How about violence? Is it tantamount to violence?
Yes,
How about
absolutely.
hate speech? Is it tantamount to hate speech?
Yes, of course, it's hate speech
Fine,
to tell
that's...
someone that you won't refer to them.
One of the things that I studied, for example, with regards to the way events went during the Holocaust, is that we went this far. It's like, okay, no problem. Then we went this far. That was okay, no problem. It's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. We can do that. We can go that one step further. It's like, and the funny thing too is if you draw a line in the sand, which is what I did, all hell breaks loose. Because, well, why did you draw it there? That's arbitrary. It's like, yeah, there's an element of arbitrariness to it. That's why people won't draw the line, because they don't want to take the heat for the arbitrary element, the arbitrary nature of the act. Because whatever people happen to be directly affected by that arbitrary line, they come out and say, well, you're a horrible person. It's like, yeah, oh, well, no, but I get your point.
5 days after release.
Plan for tomorrow. They call it a rally and teach-in. So I'm going to have to make this very straightforward and simple. I don't disbelieve in the existence of non-binary people. Okay, do you want me to say that again? Obviously, people who don't fit into standard binary categories of sexual identity, however you decide to construe that, broadly or narrowly, obviously those people exist. I never said they didn't exist, so if you're going out tomorrow to this demonstration because you want to indicate your discomfort with my disbelief in the very existence of non-binary people, you might as well just stay home.
Everyone who is here who has seen the Peterson video, I want you to raise your hand if this is the very first time that you've ever heard anything like what he's saying.
Classic. This is a classic moment in the
had created what should have been a historical event. It may have been the only gathering of that type in Canadian history, of trans people in a public space gathering in a large number to go up to an open microphone and announce publicly their experiences. I don't think that's ever happened. And that was a huge deal to us when we put that on.
We are here today to call out Jordan B. Peterson. He feels that he has the authority to dictate the gender identities of his students, which we are here to say that he does not.
Well, say I don't think that's what he was ever doing, right?
Using preferred pronouns, I don't think is a debate.
It was
it's just being respectful.
contentious.
I attempted to kill myself 3 times last year. The result of the anxiety that comes from when you just decide to be in transition. It leads you to do things, horrible things.
Funnily enough, I think these are some of the more reasonable trans people, right?
Like trans people, without their consent. The
But
media
that's
was
sort of
all
missing the
very
point.
responsible with that, and respected our wishes, but real media wouldn't. And they kept like shoving their cameras in people's faces.
Actually, I'm talking to people because I want to know whether they want a man to be fired. I want to know about Bill C-16. I want to know whether they want campus freedom.
It's our queen.
Can give their opinion on whether they think this
Hold
is
up,
a
I need to get
campus
blood in
of
my
free
nose.
speech. Anyone of any skin color or gender can give that opinion.
Or like the Lauren Southern thing was like basic definition of like trans people being talked over. She had just legally changed her sex marker as some sort of like anti-trans publicity stunt a few days before.
One more thing, for purposes of this identification, I would like to be identified as male. I brought in all of the proper documents. I honestly didn't expect it to be that easy.
Like, the people who were there were, like, raw that day. You know what I mean? Like, everyone who attended that rally was putting themselves in a very vulnerable position. And it was really just, like, being spat on.
Yeah. Yes. I think people also have to start pushing back and saying, when they hear this constant noise about what group identity you belong to, and to make that the cardinal element of their identity, it's appalling. Okay, well, it was really good talking to you guys. Okay, good, yeah, bye. Now, who was that?
Alright, we're recording? So anything I say now, you can put out in a tweet.
Yeah, well, welcome to the chat, everybody. Can you say hi in the chat just to get it moving a little bit? And we're watching a banned Jordan Peterson documentary from 2 weeks ago. But it was meant to be released in 2019. So I'm not sure why it got banned. I think he was internationally a touchy subject for a lot of governments. So, but once people realised he was not that bad, I think it became more okay to like talk about his stuff.
And ruin my career. Exactly. All right, I'm going to be mindful of you, Marxists. I was one of Jordan's students when I was an undergrad at Harvard. He could be a pretty intimidating professor, but he was beloved.
So the aspect of people that's divine, theoretically, is the part that stands on the border between the unknown and the known. And it moves information from unexplored territory into explored territory, expanding the dominion of the group. That's anything. Okay, who's this?
One of the things I remember is that if any student had an objection to something, if it was clear it was from an ideological angle, whether left or right, he would just sort of scissor it. Like if you're going to ask something disingenuously that part of what you're asking is to get information or make a power play in the phrasing of the question, that's not going to be tolerated in the kind of discourse of a classroom.
For me, ideologies are the expression, in a sense, the verbal expression of the internal structures that regulate our emotions.
Jordan and I have been in touch.
I need to find footage of him doing that, because I find this to be like a massive problem in every single discourse. Like, not only is it like a power play from them, but it's also like cornering me into a position that I don't hold. Like, why do you hate Destiny so much? Well, I can explain it to you, but if you start questioning me on it, like, in a weird way, it's gonna make it look like I'm like schizo. It makes it look like I hate him. I don't hate him. You know? It's annoying how much effort I have to go to make that clear.
Touch sort of increasingly as our lives have gone on.
Actually, I think that was really worrying me, I guess I would say, because the last thing I want to do, well, I don't know if it's the last thing, but I don't want to get into political arguments, and I don't want to get stuck in a, you know...
Well, you always lose. It's on this topic.
Yeah, well, I think you kind of lose every time you engage in a political argument. You know, the people that are putting the argument forward are possessed by one ideology, and when you discuss it in ideological terms and oppose it, that means you're immediately possessed by the opposing ideology. I don't want to be the mouthpiece of the opposite to neo-Marxism.
What a strange moment of reflection for him. I guess he embraced it once he realised he couldn't escape it.
All right.
It's rough. rough day.
I don't know what's going to happen.
It's not too humid, but I'm just feeling especially vulnerable to it.
Could be catastrophic for me. I don't even know where I'm supposed to meet people.
What you have to say was definitely needed. I think.
Glad to hear it.
I think there needs to be an open dialogue.
God.
Pleasure to finally meet you.
How are you doing?
I'm very good. I look forward to hearing you speak.
Your video about your ID switch there got a lot of attention, eh?
Yeah, about 200,000. The one covering the protest against you got over 100,000.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if you saw it, but they weren't.
You made quite a splash with your video, your YouTube channel. When did you start it?
Rebel, as
Yeah.
Levon started it about a year ago.
A year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I joined full time a couple months ago.
Sorry.
It's funny that they're like, you already talked to white straight guys and then they put their hands to
They're screaming at people, laughing at people for being white. It was very sad.
Well, this sort of Asian guys.
Well, it is pretty funny being white, you know.
Hello, good afternoon, UOG. Dr. Jordan Peterson will come out and speak after I do, and
Let's not do
We're
that.
here for the Rally for Free Speech, and we have some other companies.
Yes.
Other people thought
Get
that
in there,
the event was
JVP.
organized
Personally
by
getting his hands
straight
dirty.
white males who had bigoted opinions and just wanted to use freedom of speech as a shield for their ignorance. People on the other side did not understand the people who are disagreeing with the social justice left. We feel that, yeah, there is an issue of political correctness. It's not because I'm completely ignorant. It's because I'm trying to think about those things and trying to form an opinion about those things.
Let's go.
Okay, so let's try this again. The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society. And if we lose that, we'll lose so much you can't imagine. It's as a consequence of free speech and the ability to speak that people can put their finger on problems, articulate what those problems are, solve them, and come to a consensus. And we risk losing that. Now, the radical left activists are trying to turn this into an argument about sexual politics. And it's only nominally about sexual politics. It's about language that's designed to control our freedom of expression. I'm asking each of you, as individuals, and to say clearly and carefully what you have to say.
I just express my profound gratitude for what you're doing.
Hey, thank you. That's okay, I've got a platform. YouTube seems to be doing just fine. Yeah. So, and it's okay, this sort of thing, you know? There's no violence. As long as there's no violence, it's okay. And so we'll see how this plays out.
Recognized by anybody.
How am I disrespecting you?
By refusing to include this language, which is already in your vocabulary, into like a sentence just when addressing somebody. That's almost, well, it should be and it will be an act of hate. Like that is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Like that to me is you're denying somebody's identity, and that's fundamentally wrong.
Well, you're more than entitled to your opinion. I think that the pathway that you're pursuing to obtain the rights you want will kick back hard and not in the direction you want it to. So,
I really don't believe that.
Yeah, I know.
I think you're behind.
You might be right.
The progression here is moving way faster than you are, and like for you to be this far behind at this stage is kind of sad.
Sure. Who are you?
Ethan. I'm a student at UCS.
Hi, Ethan. How you doing?
Good. You? I really respect what you're doing. Thanks.
No problem. Let's go upstairs. Yeah, I know. You think that's pretty funny? Yeah. The intense part was the fight over the speakers. The speakers, yeah.
Yeah.
And there was one guy there. There was one guy there who was that far from being violent.
Oh, really? On the other side? On your side?
Well.
Well, on the right or the
my
left?
side.
On the right or the left? On the right? Well,
You gotta be careful there, kiddo.
Okay, sorry.
The Canadian psychology professor is somebody people love or love to hate.
I think one of the hottest topics in the country today, Professor Peterson, and it's all because of you.
I've been doing specifically non-binary activism for about 4 years now, ever since I came out. That's mostly been like online creating spaces, like resource collection and creating education materials and making YouTube videos. My decision to not compromise my identity is very much
Because
a
hyenas.
survival thing for me because of
Is that because even female hyenas have dicks?
the level of like depression and mental health issues that were caused by me trying to exist as female. We're here at a free speech counter protest to our please respect us as human beings protest that we put on last week. The Jordan Peterson thing was the first protest I'd ever like participated in, or participated in arranging rather.
You have no idea if I'm your enemy. You have no idea about me.
You won't use my pronouns, so I'm pretty sure you're my enemy, yes.
Yeah, well, I know you think that, but I don't believe that using your pronouns is going to do you any good in the long run. I think it'll do quite the contrary.
What?
Is that your medical
opinion? What? Is that your medical opinion? Like, you are aware that non-binary people are valid in the American Psychological Association.
Is that your opinion?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's about non-binary pronouns.
No, it's not.
This was one of the speakers who spoke at the rally in support of Jordan Peterson that my friends were involved in disrupting.
When they're asking, like, is this your medical opinion, it's so strange. Because, like, I'm not sure about the gender dysphoria of a they, them. Of how valid it is for a trans person. Because they, them isn't necessarily trying to fit into a category which they aren't in. They're trying to invent, like, a new category. Which they're allowed to do, and they're allowed to prompt that, and they're allowed to wear the flags and colours of that, and it's probably more valid than a trans person doing this, because a trans person intuitively shouldn't be like singling themselves out. But despite how valid that is, I don't think it should become like a state mandated disciplinary action to have to recognize them. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a furry, do I have to demand that people call me Woof? Or if I'm a gang member, do people have to refer to me by my title within that gang? It seems like there's just so much crossover on the gender and sexuality dynamics thing.
Do you think people love them? Do you think they're hugged and taken care of? Do you think
ideas.
It shows the kinds of things that were being said at that and the reason why people thought that it was important to counter-demonstrate that. It's really difficult to separate the thing with Jordan Peterson from the Trump election. Because when I first got into it, I thought it was a blip, you know, and I thought it was just like, this is just some stupid thing that's happening and people think that, you know, people are getting overly confident because Trump's running for office. But once he loses, then things will just kind of go back to the way that they were before.
Donald Trump wins the presidency. The business tycoon and TV personality capping his improbable political journey with an astounding upset victory.
So the rallies happened in early October, and then Trump was elected in early November. And that really just, if Peterson was the spark, then the Trump election was like the fire that really like galvanized it. People who were on Peterson's side or whatever were like wearing MAGA hats and like saying all these kind of like Trumpist slogans. The groups of people who were supporting Peterson were going to be an ongoing political identity.
He believes political correctness could lead to totalitarianism, which he began studying extensively in his teens during the Cold War.
Dear Dad, I don't completely understand the driving force behind what I have been working on. I'd been obsessed with the idea of war.
Dude, his studio is so sick. Just wanted to say.
For 3 or 4 years, often dreaming extremely violent dreams centered around the theme of destruction. I believe now that my concern with death on a mass scale was intimately tied into my personal life. Carl Jung has suggested that all personal problems are relevant to society, and that any sufficiently profound...
Dude, it's kind of crazy that YouTube videos and stuff can just put up actual pictures of like dead bodies in the Holocaust. And like I wonder about that like within movies as well. Like, it's your creative license, but this is like a real human being that is just dead and strung up for your content. Strange.
Found solution to a personal problem may, if communicated, reduce the likelihood of that problem existing in anyone else's experience in the future. I had a notion that confronting what terrified me, what turned my dreams against me, could help me withstand that terrible thing. This idea allowed me to believe that I could find what I most wanted if I was willing to follow wherever it led me, knowing somehow that once started, an aborted attempt would destroy at least my self-respect, at most, my sanity.
Was that a letter to his dad, or was that a statement for the papers? Probably both. It was probably a metaphorical statement for his father. But like meant to be shared for everyone. His house is very cool though, I love it.
I knew that he had been bothered by bad dreams and was very conscientious about what was going on in the world. And for a while thought he could solve it with political action, and that disappeared. Then he seemed to kind of take a route that led him into, you know, why were there wars? Why was man so damn miserable to each other?
My experience with students has been that none of them know anything about what happened as a consequence of the repression of the radical left in the 20th century. The reason that I believe that this is important in a personality class is because it's necessary to analyze the relationship between the psychological integrity of the individuals within a society and the propensity of that society to engage in, say, acts of mass atrocity. Psychological integrity of the individuals within a society and
the psychological integrity, like people feel like they feel like they have integrity, they feel like they have structure, then they know who they are and they know what their drives are. But if something small changes, they would break surprisingly easy and revert to violence and impatience and a brutish nature. And I think that's what he's worried about. And then this is like a reflection on society and like how they don't understand how these things are holding them up. And I mean, it's not going to work for everyone, but it doesn't mean that that minority who it isn't working for gets to uproot the entire foundation of society, right? That's where he's going with this.
Propensity of that society to engage in, say, acts of mass atrocity.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
We have this class called Maps of Meaning, which concentrates on atrocity, basically, on Soviet atrocity and Nazi atrocity mostly. And what I try to do in the class is to teach my students that had they been in Nazi Germany in the 1930s, they would have been Nazis. And had they been offered the opportunity to be an Auschwitz camp guard, then maybe they would have leapt at it. And maybe they would have been in the more sadistic proportion of the Auschwitz camp guard population. You think that makes you feel safe? It doesn't make you feel safe to know that Nazis were humans and you happen to be one of them. I guess we didn't talk about this one. You know, that's not a copy, that's an original. And there's a bit of the statue of David in this one, I think, because the hands are quite exaggerated in size, you know. And that, at least in principle, gives the figure more power, because hands are so powerful. So, I mean, obviously he's about, on a podium, he's about the same size as me in representation, but his hands are at least 50% bigger than they would be in real life. So it's kind of an interesting technique. So people ask me, you know, sometimes people are shocked when they come into the house because I've got paintings of Lenin. It's not like I don't know he was an absolutely murderous tyrant, but I want to understand it. I think I scared my wife half to death when I was buying them, though, because, you know, you have to be pretty not easily worried to not be concerned if your husband goes and buys like 500 paintings, but she really likes art, so it wasn't that big a struggle. So we can go and look in the living room. There's good old Carl. My daughter, for Christmas one year, she found like a plush doll that was Karl Marx at some intellectual kids toy store, and he was on sale for 50% off, so she bought me that for Christmas, which I thought was real funny because, you know, it's one thing to buy Soviet-era artifacts online for nothing in this capitalist market, which I thought was extremely hilarious, but to buy a 50% off Karl Marx doll, that was just exactly perfect. So
there's a message from the event organizers.
Yeah.
It says, we're dealing with a crisis at the moment regarding the risk management department possibly pulling our approval to run the event. I'm trying very hard to make sure this doesn't happen, but we'll need to discuss with Dr. Peterson how we can proceed if this occurs in a few minutes.
I'll fucking go anyways.
He's probably going to call you.
I'm going to call him.
Okay.
Hi there, it's Dr. Peterson calling. Yeah, and who is the risk management office? And what needs to be done here is
I need the names and the phone numbers of the people who are making this decision. Yep. Bye. Scum rats. So the risk management office is thinking about pulling their permission.
Yeah.
And if they go ahead with it, then they cancel them as a club for the next year.
You're kidding.
No.
That's threatening.
That's called blackmail.
Blackmail, that's it, yeah.
That made me mad.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Shaking again. Oh well.
Did you want to drink a juice?
Yeah. Thanks. Some tea would be nice.
You're getting juice.
Okay. Think it's safe to wear a tie?
What, do you think they'll strangle you with it? Yeah, sure. So I don't see it being anything, really. Just a lot of.
You think it's a lot of
noise?
noise?
Of fluff.
Yeah, probably.
Guys, listen up, listen. Security Services is in this building. We've been working with them for a while. We have officers outside. So please, everyone, if you do respect it, if you can leave. Piece of shit! Transphobic piece of shit! Transphobic piece of shit! Transphobic, this is where we draw the line! 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 This is
You can honk that, but if you're definitely with it, I will take it away from you. You understand? I'm not kidding.
freedom of speech, it applies to air horns too.
No, it doesn't apply
Yes, it
definitely.
does.
So I'm not kidding. I will take it.
Your words
Don't
hurt
honk
my
me again.
ears. My snowflake views are hurt by your hard words. Campus security.
Okay, well, thanks guys for tuning in and again for offering support for the continued operation of my YouTube channel.
We're in a chaotic time, and I've got letters from people all over the world who tell me how they can't say what they think.
Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson, the unprecedented international media phenomenon.
Is any of this, all the pressure and the scandal every 3 weeks, is it weigh on you?
Yeah, it's like simultaneously the worst possible thing and the best possible thing that could happen.
Well, financially, it's been a boom, right?
I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to because it's just so goddamn funny. I can't help but say it. I figured out how to monetize social justice warriors.
This is Sam Harris, and today I am speaking with a guest who has become quite
pretty straightforward doco. I don't see why this got banned.
To changes to the Human Rights Code in Ontario, Canada.
People are just terrified of him.
He is actually the most requested guest I have had at this point.
Hi all. Are you coming to the talk?
What time is it?
6:30.
6:30? I'll be there.
Looking forward to it.
Jeez, I'm a name brand guy. Yeah, it's pretty fucking weird.
Dude, I love it that he swears. You don't see it. And then in this doco, they just got all this footage of him being like, yeah, that's fucked up, dude. It's pretty fucking weird that people are taking selfies with me. Oh shit, his son.
The public response has been overwhelmingly positive, so I think that's given him like steam. It's
I've never seen his son and his wife in all of his work, so it's.
And I was really stressed.
Doco actually rocks.
That was a big decision for him to speak out. I would say that, though, a lot of the credit goes to Michaela, because Michaela helped him with his diet.
This, as we shall discover, is kind of the family curse in the Peterson family, isn't it? You have had depression yourself.
What is the family curse?
You've been dealing with depression yourself for much of your life, right? Since when did you?
That's hard to say. I mean, it might have been for my whole life, like as far back as I can remember. I know that when I was a child, I had a very low threshold for tears.
Last September, I went on an elimination diet, and then just out of the blue, like 2 months into the diet, my depression went away, and I wasn't expecting that to happen because I thought, you know, chemical imbalance is what doctors tell you, and I just thought I was stuck with it forever. I made a list of all the foods I knew didn't cause depression, and I told Dad that he had to do it, and he was like, well, that doesn't sound realistic, but I'll give it a try because it worked for you.
I used to get up in the morning. I'd get up at 5:30, 6:30, 7, you know, sometime like that. I'd do some yoga, I'd have some tea, I'd read a book, I'd make some breakfast, I'd call Jordan. Then I'd call Jordan, and he couldn't get up. It was hard. And now, like, I wake up, oh, it's really early, and I sneak out of the room, and I sneak upstairs, and I'm being really quiet, and then I hear, Tammy, and I say, yeah, what time is it? It's 5:45. Oh, are you doing yoga? Yeah. Okay, I'll be right up. That never happened. In my 28 years of being married, that's never happened.
Nice.
It's been a remarkable transformation.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he used to talk like a revolutionary, but now he acts like one.
So I thought, to bring full closure to the class, I was trying to solve this terrible puzzle about how it was that human beings got themselves in such a tangle about what they believed. Such a tangle that we were pointing the ultimate weapons of destruction at one another. And it seemed to me that the proper solution to that was to live properly as an individual, because you're more powerful than you think. Way more powerful than you think. I mean, God only knows what you are in the final analysis. It's like, how far could you take that if you stopped wasting time, and if you stopped lying, and if you oriented yourself to the highest possible good that you could conceive of, and you committed to that? How much good could you do?
There's so much more than just like intellectual ideas. This is why I also, on your Joe Rogan podcast, why it was like, oh, everything is kind of going to be online, and that's great. It's like, no, that's nice, that's a good thought, but we need people. We need like embodied people in front of us. Like, there's like the person.
Well, that's interesting. So that gives me something to think about too, because I'm trying to figure out how many talks I should go to, and you know, and I keep they're
people need to see and to like shake your hand and to like, or just like people need to be around people.
Okay.
We're not vessels.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping on.
Oh yeah.
University of Toronto professor Jordan Peterson has become a true phenomenon. That's not an overstatement. His book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos, may just be the biggest bestseller ever written by a Canadian author.
Well, you guys know, the book is just blowing up. Everything that this man is doing is just absolutely exploding. And you're in the right kind of revolution. I really believe that. You guys are in not the bloody revolution. On the idea revolution.
Rule 7 is to do what's meaningful and not what is expedient. And that's a lovely thing to know. And it's allied tightly with Rule 8. The two go together because you can't really do one without the other. Rule 8 is to tell the truth, or at least don't lie. And one of the things that I think I figured out is that if you're going to follow the instinct for meaning, and I truly believe that there is an instinct for meaning, and not only that there is an instinct for meaning, but that it's the most real thing that there is.
It's very wu-wei of him.
I got a text from him, and he was like, hey, Jordan Peterson's coming to talk. You want to go see him? I was like, yeah, let's go do that.
And then, I don't know, it kind of just fit in because my birthday was coming up shortly.
It's easy to go down the path of just, I'm good enough, I don't need to improve from here. And I think hearing him just saying that you owe it to yourself, you owe it to people in your community, that you do need to clean up your room, get your stuff together, and make your community a better place it's an important thing to be said in a time where I don't think it's said nearly as much.
Up until I had seen him, I was sort of drifting around, I would say. I was spending a lot of time just doing things that are inconsequential and a bit unproductive. After following him and really learning about how to act in the world is what I would say he taught me to do. And I just became a lot more aware of all the things that I needed to change. Here's the book. I've reread it multiple times and reread specific passages of it multiple times because because this is sort of an iteration of his entire method. After you follow him this much, he sort of becomes like a legendary figure in your mind, while also retaining an incredibly maybe just me. I'm speaking only for myself.
I mean, legendary.
Yeah. I may be going too far. Do I do that, guys? I can't really judge it by myself.
It's understandable if you hold a high opinion of someone, and then you don't really you can't really talk about a lot of this stuff at school, especially we're at an arts school. Like you can't talk about a lot of this stuff. So when you finally talk about someone you have a high opinion of, you can go like further than you actually feel.
Yeah, I agree. I have been doing that a little bit, but I don't think I'm going that far. I mean, he's had a huge effect, and I really don't want to understate that.
Best 15-year-olds.
Hi, Matthew.
Peterson, it's such an honor. I gotta thank you so much. You've helped me improve my relationship with my father.
Yay.
You've helped me, rekindle my faith in religion.
Huh.
And one of the best things is you have given me the courage to stand up for my conservative and libertarian beliefs in the classroom.
How's that working out?
Oh, the history teacher's mad.
Yeah?
We've got a few kids in our class keeping the neo-Marxist history teacher in check. There's just a few students there. They're all watching him and making sure he doesn't say anything out of line. It's quite funny.
That's
and
hilarious.
We all watch you. We all watch Ben.
God, he must just hate me.
That's great. Let's get a picture.
It's really good to meet you. So you getting sharp?
Yeah.
Good.
Ready?
Say hi to your friends for me. Tell them to keep it up and to be gentle. All right. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Connor.
Hi, Connor.
Wow.
How are you doing? Did you enjoy the talk?
Yeah,
Good.
definitely.
So what are you doing here?
I came here to see you.
Have you been watching videos?
Yeah, since 2016. You were a lot taller than I expected.
Stand that straight.
Right.
All right. Okay. Good to meet you, man. I'm glad you came.
2, 3.
Yeah, this is so fantastic.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Bradley wants to stick it is so sick.
Thanks for everything.
He's got the cadence.
You've done so much for me.
He's so based. This is fantastic. It's all I've got to say.
You bet, man.
Just meeting him, a lot of emotions came over me because I've spent so much time in the dark and in bad places mentally that it's not easy to find. Not so much heroes, but people that can be so helpful for you in your life.
You bet, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Relatable. Good on him. Old school Jordan Peterson is so based.
After my talk, it's overwhelming.
The part where he becomes addicted to being an ideologue or a counter-ideologue is a bit rough.
I was after my talk last night.
Probably like the most interesting part of this documentary is his past reflections that he's like, as soon as I start engaging with the ideologues, I'm lumped as like a counter-ideologue and I don't want to be any kind of ideologue or involved or on any side. And then you see like a deep reflection, and I guess eventually he just embraced it. And it must have been such like an abrupt change of self that he was resisting. especially because of the depression. They just went over the depression part of it. Like his wife said, he used to talk like a revolutionary, and now he is one. Because he can actually get out of bed. That brought a tear to my heart. Not because it's like amazing to like that last kid fucking crying. Just because it's like, oh, he is a man going through those things. What's up, MVTT77? Do I know you? Do I know you from somewhere, dude? Probably, right?
And so all these people line up, and you know, they have their 15 seconds with me, and they're kind of tentative. They're excited and attentive when they come up to talk to me, and then they have, you know, 15 seconds of time to tell me something. I'm really listening to them, and they're hesitant about whether or not to share the good news about their life, you know, and I think it's often because...
You're one of my first chatters, right? I haven't seen you in a while, because I probably haven't been streaming in a while. But we've done some sick streams lately, dude. I got like a bunch of subs and lots of good stuff. Oh, Justical. A Justical chatter. I know I see. I knew that I saw you regularly somewhere. Do you ever come to VC? Are you a close friend of mine? I don't even. Sorry, I don't remember names. Who is Baby Peach? Is she Baby Brat? I don't even know.
When people share good news about their life,
That's sarcasm.
people don't necessarily respond positively. You know, they don't get encouragement. And people need
My mum was like my mum is like a new world creationist, like she's a schizo loony. And I'm like a huge Jordan Peterson fan for a few years, and then I find out that she's lately found out about him when he became a global phenomenon. And so she's like really into him. But she's only onto like a very surface level, like bipartisan sort of thing. Because he's owning the libs and like roasting the Christians and shit. So I show her this clip, and as soon as she sees a man crying, she's just like, oh, I don't like that, and I don't like him anymore. And it's like, bro. Rolled.
so little encouragement. It's just
Okay, I definitely know you from chat logs then.
unbelievable.
I mean, I know, it's trigger. The more I'm sitting here, the more I'm like, oh, I see this guy in chat all the time. Like, yeah. Prolific chatter and not that retarded. Good on you. This is fucking retard and Tysker. This Tysker guy types like 20,000 messages. He types like at least 5,000 messages in Justical's Discord every day. Today I like look it up, and I'm like, oh fuck, he what's it called? The Dan Saltman software, the auto redact. I'm like, oh fuck, he auto redacted, so it only says he's got 700 total messages. But then it's like, that was 700 total messages in the past 12 hours. I was like, what the fuck? This guy has like 40 pages, 70 pages of like messages, like, bro. And it's just the dumbest shit. Sorry, I'm a hater. I'm a prolific recreational hater.
It burns off dead wood. And people don't like having their dead wood burnt off. Keep talking, bucko. Sort yourself out. The more responsibility you take on, the more meaning your life has. I've been telling people online in various ways in lectures that they should start fixing up the world by cleaning up their room. So imagine you're dealing with someone who's hoarding.
Wash your penis.
Things in their house. There's maybe 100 boxes, and you open up a box, and in the box there's some pens and some old passports and some checks and their collection of silver dollars, and there's boxes and boxes and boxes. It's absolute chaos in there. Absolute chaos, not order. Chaos. And then you think, is that their house or is that their being? Is that their mind? And the answer is, there's no difference. There's no difference. So, you know, I could say,
there is no difference. Do you guys ever like dream about being inside your house, and then you go down into the basement of like the dream, and it's like incredibly scary? Or you go up to the attic and there's like holes in the roof and light beams coming in, and then your fucking bones crumble and your teeth shatter or gravity fails. This is your fucking mind, dude. it's in the basement of your dream house where the monsters are, right? And it's like, that's where you're fucking scared of shit. Yeah, it's true, it's true. You go outside your house and there's like an army of dudes fighting like demons out there. These are like my childhood dreams. And I look back on it and it's like, oh, this is like my fear of growing up. Of like going out, finishing school and going out into the outside world. But my house is me and my life in the dream. And the scary, unknown outside world is the demons. And then, you know, it's conflict going on.
Organizing your room.
So people have been taking the things that I've been saying and making them into merchandise. These are bumper stickers that someone sent me. There's about, I don't know how many of them, but quite a few. Clean your room, which has become some kind of an internet meme. You'd be horrified to see this room. This is the only room in the house that's messy. I can't really keep up with everything. That'll teach me to be mouthy about cleaning up your room.
Dun dun dun.
Can't possibly express how grateful I am to you for all the ways you have and continue to help me. What you're doing for society is really important. I don't know what to make of it. It's all part of the same strange...
Now that's relatable. Yeah, I don't really mind talking about like my traumas or whatever because I just consider that I don't think we'll ever like solve trauma, right? Like psychologists are there to help you through it, but also literally every single person ever goes through trauma, and the people who act like they don't are either in denial or they're coping with the fact that either they were overly supported by, like, it's the job of a parent to guide their children through trauma to the point where it's not really trauma, probably isn't a way that you should talk about it. It should more just be like a struggle that you like were faced and then overcame with in a healthy way, right? But I think it's so normal that like your brain evolved to like deal with it in a certain way, such as like a dream, and then everyone ends up having these same dreams.
thing, I suppose, whatever that thing is. Sharp. Goes here. What have we got here? Oh, let's just see.
Oh, that's dank.
A poster that someone spent an awful lot of time making, which is, well, I don't even know what to say about that.
He was always dangerous, dude.
I first got to know Jordan when he applied for a job in psychology at the University of Toronto. That was about 20 years ago. After he was hired, I think he was a good hire. I mean, I remained his strong advocate for many years. So this is the third floor of our house where Jordan's family lived for about 5 months. It looked a little different then, but this is where it was. And we all ate together downstairs. There was not a kitchen up here. And it was kind of lovely 5 months. We got to know each other very well, got to know his family very well. And afterwards, it remained a kind of familial relationship. I didn't write this article to persuade Jordan of anything. I wrote this because I thought that there are people out there who should know what's going on. What was extremely upsetting to me was the disregard for students, and he was extremely polarizing at a time that more polarization was not helpful.
Well, it caused grief, I would say, is the right way of thinking about it.
I regard Bernie as a friend, and he had been a very good friend to me in all sorts of ways and to my family. So it came out of the blue. That was the other thing. It was a real surprise. And I was surprised that we hadn't discussed any of this.
It's interesting seeing like these small background things that maybe influence Jordan's to lose his mind a little bit. It showed his mind. Sorry, I misspoke. It's interesting to see these background things that show Jordan's mind break, like why his mind broke. Show Jordan's mind breaking. I'm not sure if he's recalibrated it a bit, but I mean moments like this are probably which pushed him into the hands of Joe Rogan and overly indulging in political discourse when it really seemed to be something that he avoided through most of his life.
I called him and I said,
I think he probably found strength
with what you're doing. I find it really, I was having a blood pressure problem. I said, I don't want to talk about this, but I want you to know that, and I said all these things. He called 8 o'clock the next morning. Bernie, we have to talk. So we're talking. He says, I know this is a sensitive issue in your family. It's not. I have a trans daughter, but Jane's doing extremely well. And I started saying, no, it bothers me, and I'm about to repeat what I had written, and he interrupts me. He says, Bernie, you don't understand. I'm willing to give up everything because I really believe this. I'm willing to give up my job. I'm willing to give up, I don't remember what else he put on the line, because I believe it. And then he says, and Bernie, Tammy, that's his wife, had a dream. He said, okay, what was the dream? And sometimes your dreams are prophetic. What was the dream? She dreamed it was 5 minutes to midnight. The end of the world. And Jordan is there to save us from that. And I know Jordan pretty well by now, and I'm saying, okay, Jordan, there's really nothing to talk about. And I hung up. So it is true that he did call me a number of times since then, many times. And I did not return the calls because he was on a roll. I was watching what he was doing. I thought he was getting nastier, angrier, and I saw there was no reason to talk because I knew there was no access to Jordan except to say, Jordan, you're doing a great thing, and I believe what you're doing. I did not do this lightly. It's not something I would have liked to do. And it's only the fact that so many people, I'm getting these emails from people saying they're glad that I wrote it, that makes me feel, okay, it was the right thing to do. I'm one of those female academics you refer to. I don't have tenure, and I've completed my PhD late in life. My university has become polarized around the issues that Peterson speaks about. To express any opinion on Peterson's theories places one firmly in a for or anti-camp. There is no reasoned critique camp. So like a true coward, I watch and what I say and I stew in silence.
I think that to some degree that it's true that I'm a polarizing figure. I'm a polarizing figure because I'm adamantly opposed to the collectivist notions of people on the left and the right. And that produces a certain amount of polarization. But I don't think that can be laid at my feet. I think it's part and parcel of the fact that we're in polarized times, and I've done what I can when I thought it was necessary to pull that polarization back.
What I worry about is the preacher-like quality of his. He's been interested in the authoritarian personality. He's been fascinated by the horrible people in history. His house is filled with Stalinist art. He says to remind him about the awful things of that culture. And he has a number of YouTubes in which he describes how they operate. And he was doing exactly the same thing.
I spent a lot of time thinking about Hitler, and I was thinking, well, how do you get into a state like that, you know? And you think, well, he's a dictator and he led his people down a bad path. It's like, that's not right. That is not what happened. They had a conspiracy together and went down a bad path. Now, think about it this way. The crowd's not happy and neither are you, and there's a reason for it. And so you start talking to them. You don't know what you're upset about, and neither does the crowd. So you start to articulate some things about why you might be upset. And some of them fall flat, but you're paying attention to the crowd. And some of the things make the crowd really wake up and listen. And so you start saying more of those things. But it's not like you're sitting there saying, although you might be, I'm going to tell this crowd more what it wants to hear. It's more sophisticated than that. And so you do that 1,000 times, and you do that to ever-increasing crowds. And the crowd really starts to go mad. And they basically tell you that you're the savior of the nation. It's like, how many bloody people have to tell you that before you start to believe it?
Dang, this is sick. This is crazy, chat.
Franklin says, fans are cancer for the authentic individual.
He was thinking about Hitler and it reminded him of himself.
What you're pointing out is the danger of fame. I can't say that I'm particularly comfortable with it, which might seem to be rather hypocritical, as it isn't like I've shied away from exposing my views in public. However, I would say, I think that's mostly because of the responsibility. You know, I've been terrified for a whole year that I'd say something, you know, unforgivably stupid and demolish myself in public and feel guilty and horrible about that for the rest of my life. I can't imagine what it would be like to be hated publicly. I think that would just kill me. I really think that.
Our next guest is the kind of guy people either love or hate. Clinical psychologist Jordan B. Peterson has been described as one of the most influential thinkers of our time, but also as an alt-right figurehead who spouts conspiracies.
People associate you with pandering to like white supremacists.
You are a provocateur.
I never said
You're like
anything.
the alt-right that you hate to be compared to.
Because the political agenda that I opposed was being driven by the people on the radical left. Those are the people that I've been taking to task, let's say. Didn't expect that the initial reaction would be, oh, you must be a Nazi.
Oh, there's our queen.
My sense is, generally speaking, that if people want to talk to me about what I'm doing, then I talk to them. Now, you might say, well, be careful who you talk to. It's like, well, fair enough. And then one last thing. I'm not exactly sure what to make of the alt-right and then one last thing. I'm not sure what. And then one last thing. I'm not sure how to understand the alt-right or to characterize it or even to know what to think about its hypothetical existence or my association with it. But I can tell you that I'm not in favor of people banding together in ideological groups, and instead would much rather see people live fundamentally productive and meaningful and honest individual lives, and in that manner be a light unto their neighbors, so to speak. So I would encourage those of you who are considering yourself, say on the alt-right for that matter, as well as on the radical left,
God, it's so best.
transcend your dangerous and impersonal ideological identification and start to live as true individuals in the world.
Let's go.
That's what I think, and I hope that I've been communicating that, and if I haven't, well, I apologize, because that's what I've been trying to do.
I'm an icon carver, so one of my big interests is Christian symbolism and symbolism in general. I first encountered Jordan on listening to him on the CBC. I was driving and I couldn't believe what I was hearing because it was so close to what I thought. And so from then on, we kind of got to know each other and realized that we both have a very symbolic vision of the world. We both see the world manifesting itself in patterns. And so I think that Jordan is playing this kind of in-between character. And he's kind of standing in between different sides. Because the left has been winning the culture war, let's say, for the past decades. Because of that, the fact that Jordan is standing there more, I think he's standing quite in the middle, and he's trying to call the attention to the fact that the left is becoming totalitarian, then obviously people who are more on the right are going to see him as their hero, let's say.
I've had very, very few, but the odd letter from, and really, I mean, I could count them on the fingers of one hand, from neo-Nazis, self-stated, who say some variant of, we understand completely that you have no time for us, but we think you're wrong. It's like, okay, well.
One of the things that I think that has been amazing in what he's been doing,
Jonathan Peterson. Now this is
hard for people on the left to really understand.
This is called the Band Documentary on Jordan Peterson 2025. So it was meant to be a 2019 documentary. So these dudes like went to stay with him, it seems. They got like all this footage of like the inside of his house, his like interactions with his son, and a lot of stuff with his wife. And it sort of like fully showed the come up. A lot of his like personal relationships. They had this real interesting interview with this guy that him and his family went to stay with for 5 months, and it's the guy who hired him at the university. And that same dude ends up writing an article like, I used to be Jordan Peterson's strongest defender, because for years he hired him, and then he was like just like happy to have him at the uni. He's like, I used to be the strongest defender, but now I think he's dangerous, which I think Jordan Peterson was always kind of dangerous, but just off kilter. So it shows like that relationship like essentially falling apart. It's not like it exploded or anything. They just ended up blindsiding Jordan, that his friend like didn't really agree, and that his friend was like worried that Jordan had all this Marxist-Leninist crap, but then was like seemingly like acting in the way that these people taught. And you can see Jordan actually explaining what's going on and actually explaining like his mind. Like, I want people to be individuals, and I'm sorry that the alt-right, he's like, I don't know what to think of their hypothetical existence and my connection to it, but like I've been trying this whole time to say not to join a group like that, but to be like an individual who shines a light for your neighbours because you participate in your community. Which is so based, such a fucking based egg. But it's things like that, and then like they were talking about his depression and how like he spoke like a revolutionary, but now his wife says he's now like acting like one, with the curing of his depression. And then like Jordan's own reflection that for many, many years as a lecturer, he would notice and not really tolerate people in his classroom asking questions which were actually trying to gather information to like place him on a political spectrum, or were coming with some sort of like pointed ideology within the question. He wouldn't tolerate any of that, and he reflected on that by saying like, whenever you start having political conversations, you end up on the opposing political side of whoever you're talking to, which he's like, I don't want to be in, so I don't want to have these political conversations. Obviously, he ended up being like deeply immersed in all of these things. And he basically became the kind of person that he said he was like, that would truly kill me if I became that person. Which I don't think he meant to literally kill him. Maybe a little bit, but like from a Jordan Peterson framework, would kill his personality, right? Sort of changed him. But yeah, all of these like failing relationships and fears and all of that, I can see how like he fell into the lap of like Joe Rogan and Russian medical care, making him lose his mind for a while and all that. But he seems pretty chill over the past year, right? And yeah, basically, I don't know. This doco is like pretty in depth, pretty intense, really reflective. Good stuff. We're like an hour into it. We got 30 minutes left, so.
And is that he has
I'm enjoying
actually been tempering
it's really dang.
the right, and I think he knows that he's been doing that because we've all felt that there is this really radical right that's bubbling underneath, and it's there. There's no doubt about it that it's there. But the problem is what you do.
I'm kind of like glazing him a lot throughout this. But yeah, it's like what this guy's saying is like, I think Jordan knows this stuff. Everyone has like their secrets. I don't know how much Jordan Peterson is like hack. A lot of me thinks it's not worth just like writing him off as a hack. And I wouldn't exactly be relieved to hear him like be like, all right, I did it. I love the alt-right and I wanted to grow and I wanted to be a part of it. It wouldn't be like a moment of me being like, oh, I knew it, because I don't really know it. And it's not one of those things where, it's also not one of those things where it's like, oh, like, I don't want to believe it, but like, it would be a simple answer. I don't think it even is a simple answer. We'll see what they go into with this chapter of the doco.
Do with those people? How do you interact with them? Like, if you just say, oh, they're evil, like, let's not talk to them, you just need to shut them out. They're just...
Sorry, one base part. back to glazing them a little bit. During the protests where students are coming along and they're like plugging in speakers and then like blasting static noise or like honking air horns and shit, he fully just like... he himself gets his hand dirty, like going in, pushing a student out of the way and like tearing the cables out. Or like he just unplugs the whole sound system and he's like, fine, I'll just, like, you don't get to blast your speakers and I'm not going to get to use a speaker either now. So then he just starts like screaming to the crowd, so fucking based. Or other skills honking an air horn and he's like, look, you can honk your air horn, I'm not going to take, you're allowed to like do that, but if you blast that in my eardrum and make me deaf once again, I'm going to take it off you. How am I based? Like, he's not attacking her, he's just attacking the thing that's damaging him, right? I mean technically he's threatening to attack her, but like his immediate on the spot reflexive action is one of like self-care, and it's pretty righteous in that sense.
It's just going to keep growing.
One of the things that's happened to me over the last year, somewhat surprisingly, is that I've been invited to speak in front of a lot of conservative groups. And, you know, I would talk about what was going on in the universities and what I thought might constitute a reasonable antidote to that, and that was the adoption of responsibility. And this was actually a saleable message to young people.
He's saying, be part of a community, get a family, have friends, get a job. Like, that's how you can be a right-winger. Not this stupid Nazi flirting with these Nazi ideologies. That's useless.
Shit. Forgot to charge my phone. Good morning. I was going to look into those theaters this morning, but... Did you eat?
No, that's why there's food right here. You haven't been like getting up and doing yoga with me?
Got a tight muscle.
You'll have to start getting up and doing yoga with me again.
What muscle is that? Runs down my back.
It's probably levator scapula, because when you look at the screen, you always put your chin forward, which makes it spasm.
Seems stupid.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But I think everybody does it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Alexa, what's my schedule?
Here are the next 4 events. Today, at 12 p.m., there's lunch. At 2:20 p.m., there's Ben Shapiro interview on YouTube channel. At 3 p.m., there's Michael Shermer. And at 5 p.m., there's Mikhailo's survey. You want to hear more?
No, I haven't read Michael's book. Where is it?
Right there. On the other
Oh,
side.
I can see it from there.
No.
I gotta read that today. I wonder how many people have watched that high school video.
Never mind. You should concentrate on breakfast, dear.
Yeah,
What do you mean, yep?
I am.
No, you're looking at your computer.
Bro, he's got a tight muscle and you're nagging him, and he's got lots of shit to do today.
Okay, he's here.
Look at that though. Kiss goodbye. Sick coat, bro. I want to see some full analysis of his style. How do his lapels fall?
I don't really like being tangled up in the political wars.
The crisp lettuce. Static
The
PNG would be
political is
sick.
interfering with the philosophical and
Socknick, I might
psychological
clean my
realm.
room
That's
today.
my
Do you reckon
sense.
that'd be a sick stream?
And so that's why I got embroiled in political conflict with
Should we
regards to
watch the
Bill
Jordan Peterson
C-16.
thing and then I wash my dick and clean my room?
The way forward through the ideological idiocy is to strengthen the individual. And so I think when I deviate from that, it's an error. It's
Right.
not necessarily an avoidable error. at the
Alright,
moment.
this is like the most powerful message I can almost think of, dude. I was debating some guy the other day and I was like, bro, you need to go like read some Slavoj Žižek or like whatever. And but I should have told the guy just to watch Jordan Peterson. Fuck.
Ideological idiocy is to strengthen the individual. And so we're in political conflict with regards to the political, like, I don't really like being tangled up in the political wars. The political is interfering with the philosophical and psychological realm. That's my sense. And so that's why I got embroiled in political conflict with regards to Bill C-16. The way forward through the ideological idiocy is to strengthen the individual. And so I think...
Dude, how do I set that up, Socknick? Do I just like put a thing up on my screen or do I just keep screaming at my screen? Pay me! See this box? Pay me to get rid of it. $1, chat. I know someone gave you money lately. Give it to me. Pay it forward, you selfish fuck. I know you don't deserve all the money that you've been getting in your life. How many dollars have you made in wages over your entire lifespan? Probably like $500,000. Give it to me. Give it to me now.
When I deviate from that, it's an error. It's not necessarily an avoidable error at the moment.
Which course you $1 to burn. I don't want to burn it. I can't do it. I need to be comforted with money. You should have seen me the other day, Socknick. I was like crashing out over Androider and just in the middle of like the debating and I was getting fucking dogpiled and I'd just be screaming like, I'm going through nicotine withdrawal and she needs to be fucking punished. Do something. Here's my Gmail account, crisplettuce92@gmail.com. PayPal me money. I need nicotine. Help. And it worked. I got like $50. Oh, it's his mum.
Oh, look at that. Do you know what that is? No.
His overbearing mother.
The first draft of my book, Maps of Meaning, 1990. It was called War, Cause, and Cure. Oh, this is from the NDP back in, in 1977.
I didn't. They've referenced this a few times that Maps of Meaning was a study of like war and conflict and why humans are so miserable to each other, and I didn't really think that of it. Maybe I need to rewatch his lectures on it. I guess maps of meaning is like, maybe it changed over time. I mean, obviously it changed over time. Like, this isn't what it's called now. War, cause, and what was it? War, cause, and solution or something. But I guess if you're analyzing like the deepest parts of human psyche and drive, it'll fundamentally come down to like man's predator, right? Which is other men. And then like the psychological battle in that.
I ran for vice.
Maps is supposed to be a breakdown of why people believe what they believe. Yeah, exactly. And he takes that back as far as possible, right? Like, to be like, this is what we've always believed, and then you see how like people 5,000 years ago relate to the ones today. To give it as much like veracity as possible, in like a human sense.
Vice president of the NDP in Alberta. Now,
Maps meaning is a breakdown of why people believe what they believe, why they do what they do, which is also why JP was always so Weasley on the issue of do you believe in God? Yeah. Fundamentally, he thinks that there is like a purity to goodness, that there is like an ultimate level of goodness, and that you are instinctually or habitually always meant to be pushing towards that. Obviously, some people end up trying to like be counterculture or whatever, but they're still operating within that framework. They're just consciously pushing the other way, but deep down, they are also like subconsciously always aware that there is like that goodness, and they always have like a sixth sense of what it is, or like a conscience, right? And within that purity, I guess that would be like his relation to God, right? Because the dude spent like 15 years writing about what it means to believe. Yeah, well, he believes in like premonitions and like prophetic dreams and you know, like stuff like that. Yeah, I felt like there was something meaningful for me to say there. I can't remember what it was. What was it? I'm paralyzed by inaction when I knew that there was something worth saying. Or I'm pausing archetypally. Maybe I do need a co-host. You're a sick co-host, Dan. Topless kick. Cheery though. We need Cheery in here. I'd respect the shit out of that girl. One day. Yeah, hopefully a few days.
that was the first public speech I gave. There was about 600 people. My knees shook the whole time.
I'm running for the position of General Vice President of the New Democratic Party because I believe I can make a contribution to the party in at least two specific areas, which are as follows. Firstly, Canadian nationalism. Being a Canadian involves tolerance of everyone, no matter what language they speak, the color of their skin, or what their political beliefs might be.
George's interview.
I'm amazed that you managed to keep that all those years.
Meanwhile, there's a budding socialist in Fairview, and he apparently is destined to go far in politics. 14-year-old Jordan Peterson was almost elected to the executive of the Alberta NDP during their annual convention during the weekend in Edmonton.
You're in what now, grade 9?
10.
Grade 10. 2 more years to go in Alberta.
Talk about Canadian unity. How do you feel about that? I really would like to see Canada stay together. I really would.
What do you think you have to do to ensure that it will?
I think we need culture of some kind, something definite. We need something that we can really be proud of in Canada so that it'll sort of hold us together.
That's nice. I didn't sound like a smart aleck kid.
No, I don't think you were.
Well, you weren't a smart aleck kid. Well, that's good.
Pounded you if you had been.
Yeah. The party operatives, I didn't like them when I was 16. I could tell already that most of them were driven by resentment, and that's when I read George Orwell, and he said, well, the middle-class socialist types generally don't like the poor, they just hate the rich. And I thought, oh yeah, that's it. He put his finger right on that problem. The earliest political memory I have, it was when Robert Kennedy was shot. I don't know how old I was, probably 4 or 5. And I watched his funeral and I thought, I'm going to have a funeral like that.
What made you think you would have a funeral?
I have no idea. I have no idea why I thought that.
What struck you about the funeral?
That it was, well, that it was a very large public event. That there was a lot of grief that was associated with it. That it was the first thing that really kind of had an impact on me. I suppose that was part of the outside political world, but I was pretty young when that happened.
Hello? Jordan?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
It's a plague doctor mask.
A what doctor mask?
Plague.
Plague doctor.
Mm.
Are you the plague doctor today?
Apparently. Maybe not just today.
Oh, okay. It's been hard. So it's weird seeing these two Jordans. There's the Jordan Peterson I know. There's the Jordan Peterson I see on Twitter. And then there's the cult of Jordan Peterson, which also has its own ideas, which are sometimes only somewhat correlated with what he actually believes. Actually, have your neighbors actually talked to you about this?
Not much. I mean, I really haven't seen anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, how much have we seen each other?
Not much.
Right. And I see you more than I see anyone else.
Wow.
Yeah, so how's the band going, man?
Pretty well.
Hey, sure.
I've been watching your lectures on YouTube recently, and
How you doing, man?
I'm Jesse Cook. Nice to
Hi,
meet you.
Jesse.
You have helped me through a lot of mental shit in the past month, and I just
I'm glad to hear that. What sort of thing?
Just going through some depression, anxiety issues. My life was out of order, and your lectures just gave me like a bit of space to work myself through,
Good.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
You explained it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm really happy to hear that.
I'm so thankful to fucking meet you and say hello to you.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure.
Keep up the great work.
My pleasure, man.
See you again one day.
Good to meet you.
He's having so many adoring fans. He's having so many people coming to him. And then he's also being confronted by people who he sees as mischaracterizing him. I get upset when I read some of the horrible things he says, and he does say horrible things sometimes.
Oh, that's not horrible. Do feminists avoid criticizing Islam because they unconsciously long for masculine dominance? Spicy!
He doesn't see that when he's fighting.
No,
the
Jordan,
battle,
don't!
He's actually falling victim to the exact same things that he's accusing them of.
Like, for a while,
I
one of
guess.
the things I proposed in Canada was
I guess he
that
is casting them in like a political light himself.
the Conservatives, in particular, cut
Which
the
then puts
university
him on the
funding by
opposing political
25%
side.
so that the
But it is what it
universities would have
is,
to sort
right?
themselves out. But then that was
You
a
should just not
provocative
engage.
claim, obviously. But then I thought, well, that's not a good idea because it opens up the door to political interference in the academy, and that's bad. Conservative and left.
No, that's right. Like, convince people to shut down the women's studies departments or the SJWs. That's not opening up the dialogue. It's a derogatory term about a group of people. When you take that approach, you invalidate the other person entirely. You call them hysterical. You call them ideologically possessed. That closes any type of communication. And I think it actually undermines his message.
Does it bother you that your audience is predominantly
Let's go.
male? Does that isn't that a bit divisive?
Yeah, this is the sickest.
I don't
This
think
is the
so.
sickest interview. Just take note of like her sit up in her chair, hands clenched, and him just power stanced, relaxed. This is like a charisma 101 of how to like disarm a overly aggressive opponent. You know, eventually he gets her giggling, and to pull her back when she's fully prepared to ambush him in this way is phenomenal. Like,
Oh, I mean, it's no more divisive than the fact that YouTube is primarily
no
male.
wonder this got millions of views when this interview came out. It's absolutely amazing. Dr. Peterson and Mr. Hyde, bro. The Plague Doctor reference is so crack up. Because it's like he loves Jung and like the shadow self, right? So he's like, here I am, both sides of me.
And Tumblr is
Well, that's
primarily
pretty divisive,
female,
isn't it?
Tumblr is primarily female.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together?
I don't know.
Without sexual harassment?
We'll
Oh,
see.
shit, and
we
this
don't know
one.
what the rules are. Like, what? Here's a rule. How about no makeup in the workplace?
I don't know, I get this guy's criticism, but I think he's missing the point that Jordan is making when he says ideologically possessed. I'm sure you've got more thoughts on that, Dung Devil. You can come into VC and explain it if you want, or you can just type it out in chat. But yeah. I feel like the stuff I said on it maybe needed a bit more of a framework. Because like, when I was saying that like Jordan is like falling into this trap, or he's like doing what the other side is doing, is what the guy said, and I was like, well, he's kind of right. It's just based on like the thing where it's like once you start having those political discussions, you're almost automatically on the opposite side of whoever you're talking to. And he doesn't want to be political or ideological or like based in a group, but he's like falling into that trap, and it's like how much, I don't want to say how much is he choosing to chase the conflict, because from his point of view, he's just not backing down. And he'll risk a lot for what he believes in. But then that's why I say, like, it is what it is, because, like, when he's in it, he's in it. Yeah, I'm unstreamable. Best. I probably should have just gone straight there, to be honest. Hello, Dung. Let's go. Hold on. I got a new monitor today, and yeah, the monitor's got speakers in it, so it is... Wait, you can hear... What do you mean everything twice? Oh shit, I'm not sure. Chat can't hear you at the moment. Let me figure out where your sources are going. Can you speak for me again? Hello. Alright, so this...
Video being played, at least when I first tuned in.
Okay.
And I don't think I have you open in another tab.
Let me check.
How about high heels?
What
are they
What
for?
about high heels?
What about them?
Oh yeah,
They're
tech
there
support
to-
streams, yeah.
I'm not sure. I can't see it coming through two sources. But I'll rewatch my stream and go over it later.
Yeah.
Dude, for ages that my desktop audio wasn't even coming through. So it was literally me reacting to a
You want to
silent
throw up
video.
a screen share off the video for here?
Yeah. Did you have any thoughts on Jordan transitioning into obviously picking a side? Or you know, like, I think for me and for probably you and a lot of people who were like really into him, it's like he's not obviously picking a side. He's not obviously like saying like you can't be trans. It's the whole like forced nature of discourse. Like he's like, you can be in a group and you can have labels within those group, but then that group can't impose itself onto the law, right? Whereas other people are like, no, you just hate trans people.
Some of the point he made, I guess, about the inevitability of like if you're having that sort of political discussion with someone ending up on the other side of it, I think is actually kind of something that does really hugely apply to his whole situation in general. Like, do you remember when he used to quip about like basically being sort of the only like right wing psychologist, and he's not even really someone who identified as like right wing,
Right.
but also just the general phenomena of like once people on a particular political side kind of were coming after him in that way, um, it sort of changes the scope of like who is friendly to him and who he has to be like adversarial against. And so that phenomena of like, you kind of just end up like being on the opposite side. Like once you start getting into the issue of political sides and someone is like coming at you with whatever they're like, whatever the criticisms that they want to levy are, you in some ways you kind of end up becoming like on the opposite side of perhaps whatever their issue is, because they have a particular criticism of you that they are maybe creating the framing of as being like this is their political side against yours.
Yeah.
And you might not even really be on the other political side.
Yeah.
But if you have that phenomenon playing out like across more than the level of like the individual interaction, where it's like initially you for that small scale interaction, you can kind of see how that's like kind of poisonous to the interaction, and it puts it in a in a more kind of like tribalistic adversarial thing, and that's just at the level of like two individuals talking to each other. How does this play out over like a huge sequence of interactions or at group level interactions?
Yeah.
So then you can kind of see how Peterson ends up being considered like some kind of right-wing freak. And so much of it is just like, no, it's just that like he's saying a bunch of stuff that people on the left really don't like, and when they level those criticisms, it gets made into like that left v right thing, and they're like, we're on the left and like we have a disagreement, so like you have to be on the right. And then he also gets cut off from like the friendliness of people on the left, and then all of his sort of actual social interactions start being, he just starts being more involved with people on the right, and then that
literal
creates
friends of
the
his
appearance of
were like
Yeah.
writing articles being like, he's dangerous, he's scary, and he's like, bro, I lived with you for months, like why are you writing this article about me?
Yeah,
I've got
but
Joe
then
Rogan here,
when
like-
he's like interacting with these like slightly more right wing people, there's like there's two things that happen there. One is the creation of like the optic of like the right would transition, because it's just like, oh, look at who he's hanging out with now. But then the other thing is like the real rightward slide that can happen with someone. And obviously you can have the whole thing happening totally the other way. Where if you think about like the totality of someone's influences and how an individual and their positions are kind of always in a state of flux, and they're kind of constantly being influenced by things. They're influenced by like, media, people, whatever. If you create like a massive void where you've like plucked away the left influence from him because you've decided he's sort of persona non grata, you really shouldn't be surprised if you then see like all of those other influences that haven't gone away, like have the impact of like making, not necessarily Peterson, but like any particular individual, like start to slide towards what those influences are.
Like Fuentes and his audience is like, it's like
Well, I feel
they
he was more
funneled
extreme in
into
the first
Fuentes.
place, right?
Yeah, but like he became like people were just like funneled into like the Fuentes pipeline, right? Because they're all being pushed like further right, and then
Yeah,
Groypers became
So
associated with Peterson.
So I'm
like,
describing.
so,
Well, I'm describing that more rightward trajectory of like people basically being people kind of being ejected from like the left in some sense if they become like persona non grata, and then you kind of leave them with just whoever is left. You go like, nah, fuck you, we're not dealing with you, and then you
Yeah.
are like unsurprised that like, you know, if you were the anchor that was like keeping someone like, you know, reasonably left, reasonably center, whatever, or at least preventing the rightward drift, and then you cut that chain, you're no longer that anchor. You really shouldn't be surprised when someone drifts off in the opposite direction.
the other way. Yeah, you've touched on like almost everything there, which gives me so much to reflect upon it. Because like to begin with, he talks about like fascism and like all these like and Marxism and Hitler and all of that, and he's like, these people who end up as Nazis and doing these horrible things, they don't just suddenly end up on that end of the spectrum, they move inch by inch by inch. And he's like, well, like, you know, it just goes a little bit further each time, and at some point it's just going to go a little bit further, and I'm the guy who's going to be like, I'm going to draw a line in the sand. And a lot of people don't want to draw a line in the sand because it is fundamentally on some level an arbitrary line, and people don't like that aspect of it. And because that line is arbitrary, and almost wherever you draw it, there's always going to be people who are like, well, this is like kind of offensive to me that you drew the line right there. Like, I'm just on the other side of that line, and now you're cutting me off. And you're also right that goes like, with the pushing thing, it goes both ways, because you can see many years ago, like, a lot of the people who showed up to the anti-Jordan Peterson rallies were kind of more reasonable trans people, but then they get like co-opted and pushed into hanging out with like kiffles and the more like recreational trans people, or the mentally ill people who are just trying to find some like form of attention.
There
was
was like an ideological purity thing that was it was kind of like a decentralized like sort of psychological trend, because it's not like there were leadership figures on the left who were going like, we have to be like the most Maoist fucking schizo translords that we can possibly be. But it's kind of just like it's almost like an unmediated like ideal, where you think about like what maybe the highest values of the group are, and that becomes a thing that like the rhetoric and everything kind of shifts towards like encouraging. And so maybe because there's all of this rhetoric that is about like the ideal of the society, the ideal of the value, that's like the big group level push that gets a bunch of these people from the position of like more reasonableness, like on like whether it's like the trans stuff, the more like vaguely general like left right political shit, like whatever it is. But maybe that's what gets like the big like super far leftward shift over time, is the fact that there is that political ideal, but it's not moderated by like actual leadership.
Yeah.
Or so it ends up just like untempered, and it gets to the point where
is this the cannibalism kind of thing as well coming in there?
Well,
without,
you mean
like, pure enough?
you mean like the social group cannibalism?
Yeah,
well,
yeah. Where they
I think
other.
that ultimately becomes an element of it, but kind of like sidestepping from like one controversial professor to another, you kind of get into some of the situation ultimately that Brett Weinstein was in, where I'm sort of not actually trying to get at like the Brett Weinstein stuff, but like the culture of the university he was in was like fucking so far off to the left.
Yeah.
And when you see like those videos of that the students themselves had recorded of like their interactions with each other, with professors, with staff, like when they were trying to blow the fuck out of the dean and just like absolutely humiliate him. If you watch those videos, like you go, oh shit, that is a Maoist struggle session. They're making him like confess to all of the harms that he has like caused or failed to prevent, and how he needs to like be admonished and admonish himself. But then, you know, they're treating him like he's still a threat. Where they're like, no, don't you dare angrily like wave and point your fingers at us. Keep your hands down by your side.
And he
and
did.
It's like,
bro.
oh Jesus,
Fucking.
He did.
Which is that's the scary part, right? Like it was effective. So imagine what they're doing to like each other and to like I mean.
Well, it's because he's ideologically bought in too.
Yeah.
And he's almost like, oh fuck, when I am pointing aggressively, like that is a transgression upon these people I've victimized.
What have I done?
but you know that's a look at, I think, the trend at a different stage, kind of, you know, a more severe, like fucked up stage. But it also gets to the issue of the ideological possession. So if we skip back in the video very slightly and get to that guy's criticism of going like, yeah, fuck, I think I'd need to rehear the criticism just so I can rip it apart.
Oh. You mean the video?
Doctor, rewind the video.
Yeah, let's go back here.
Because it was
I don't know.
a little bit before here. It was the guy who had he been making this document. Yeah, this guy. Yeah.
This is just a personal friend of his. So this is just like a random dude.
Interference in the academy.
Because just like a colleague.
Yeah. So what he I think he said, and we'll replay it just to see how wrong I was something like, I don't think he necessarily realizes that he is kind of doing the thing that he's accusing other people of. And I think the problem with that is that people can actually be like locked out of sort of being convinced in that way. You know, if someone has like an ideological wall that is like stopping you from being able to reach them, you know, it's like it's like if you were just sitting down with someone and like trying to debate them out of like their sincerely held religious beliefs over the course of like, you know, a single conversation. Like, would you really feel like you'd be able to do that? Or, you know, with like pure facts and logic? Or would you have some sense of like, well, no, they're actually like really sincerely bought into this thing. They're bought into their position, and it's going to take more than me like brutally demolishing, you know, whatever their sense of like, you know, religious self is over the course of like a single conversation. Because in some sense that there sometimes are like actual walls that are built up into these things, where
I would more view it like a racist father who slowly pulled off the edge over many years by like his loving family, right? This is sort of how you imagine it even being possible to like help people through these levels of understanding.
But the point of saying that like someone is ideologically possessed is that sometimes these frameworks that you might be wanting to break someone out of have something built into them that is actually designed to explicitly be a wall, So, like, in the religious context, it might be like, hey, there are going to be these freaks that try to lead you into temptation and try and, like, rip you out of this stuff. And that's kind of like rude and fucked up for them to do. But the best thing that you can do is to resist the temptation and never be fucking dragged out.
Yeah.
And at that point, you know, it's like, fuck, obviously, you can't just say, like, oh, you know, it's really fucked up that you've acknowledged that, like, you kind of can't just reach this person.
Yeah.
So I think that was my recollection of his criticism and then the tearing apart of it, but maybe I misremembered what he said.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see it now. Hold on, let's...
That's left.
No, that's right.
What was
Like,
that guy?
convinced people to shut down the women's studies departments, or thought
Oh, we have to go back a tiny bit
That's
further,
not
I
opening
think.
up, shut down.
That's the idea because it'll left.
Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, we do, because we want to see him... Like, with right after the mask thing.
Yeah.
Was that the two of them walking? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we had them walking, they have the interaction with the guy who is like, oh, wow, you really, like, helped me through my depression. And then the friend, like, levels the criticism, and then they start flashing clips of, like, oh, you know what? So...
Yeah, because that guy...
Neighbors actually talk to you about this?
Not much. I mean, I really haven't seen.
Yeah,
anyone,
from his grade.
You know, I mean, how much have we seen each other?
Not much.
Right, and I see you more than I see anyone else.
Wow.
Yeah, so how's the band going, man?
Pretty well.
Hey, sure.
I have been watching your lectures.
It's almost... Sorry to pause again, but, like, the way he reflects there, like, I haven't seen you very much, it's almost like he's aware, like, of the effort that it would take to convince this guy off the ledge, or to jump into the cold water of, like, Jordan's thought process. And it's similar to, like, the engaging in the political thing that he used to say he didn't want to do, because he was like, I'll inevitably be on the other side of it. But he's like, well, you know, it's what I believe in, and I have to do it. So he ends up just, like, diving in. But, yeah, sorry, I'll keep playing. It's just, yeah, I just feel like Jordan Peterson describes so well the tough parts of the situation that he's, like, stuck in.
What up, Joe?
Hey, Trucker Joe.
Trucker Joe.
What's up, dude?
Everybody's watching the damn movie, and I can't really do that when I'm playing WoW.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
We're doing an in-depth live stream on Jordan Peterson right now. So you should tune in and watch.
Silence. Yeah.
Wait, what movie is being played?
They're watching.
Oh, down there. Yeah, yeah. Bro, that movie sucks.
Smile 2.
Smile 2. DGG watched it, like, a few weeks ago. It's just what it is. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, where was I? I gotta see what this guy says. I gotta know.
And,
how you doing, man?
I'm just
fast forward through this.
You helped me through a lot of mental shit in the past month, and
I'm glad to hear that. What sort of thing?
Just going through some depression, anxiety issues. My life was out of order, and you know, your lectures just gave me like a bit of work, space to work myself through. You know.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
You explained it.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, I'm really happy to hear
so
that.
Thankful to fucking meet you and say hello to you.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure.
Keep up the great work.
My pleasure, man. Good to meet you.
He's having so many adoring fans. He's having so many people coming to him. And then he's also being confronted by people who he sees as mischaracterizing him.
Right there. Maybe when the guy's like, he sees these people as mischaracterizing him, it's like a little hint. It's like, well, maybe you agree with those people, right?
He's letting slip where his sympathies lie.
Yeah.
He's like, Jordan, I think you're like really fucked up, but I still want to be your friend, but I think you just have to listen to the dude who wants to blast the air horn inside your eardrums.
Yeah, to fuck you up. And Jordan's like, no, I will physically take that air horn off him, Giga Chad.
I get upset when I read some of the horrible things he says, and he does say horrible things sometimes.
Oh, hold on. Pause that one there.
And then it's just Jordan going to war with them.
The I'd slap you happily. Was that Oh fuck. Was that from the thing where someone was being kinda or kind of accusing him of like that sort of white savior racism? They were accusing him of like romancing the noble savage because of his friendship with some native dude, or was that a different time? Because I feel like he's threatened. I think he said like I'll punch you or I'll slap you to like to a couple of people over the years, but they've usually
Yeah.
been. I thought they had always been to statements where actually, you know what, it's pretty fine to be like a bit of a grumpy dumpy about these. Like people are being mean, and you're like expressing your anger back. But like, you
Yeah.
know, he's probably not actually going to try and fucking fight
Hello?
anyone.
Yeah.
Hello?
He definitely, yeah, like when you see him live at his debates, it will literally, he does do this, like he does get hands on with these people, but it will literally be someone blasting an air horn in his ear, and he is literally like, you can blast your ear horn as much as you want, but if you're doing it to make me actually deaf for the rest of my life, I'm gonna take that ear horn off, like out of your hands. And you see the people be like, oh, okay, and then they sort of just like walk off. Or another time, like they're playing white noise, like incredibly loud through some speakers, and you can see his reaction when it first happens. Like it actually hurts his ears, and he's like, oh shit.
Oh, hold on. No, I was right. It is actually explicitly about this thing.
Oh, you got the link?
Yeah, I've got the hot tweets.
Nice.
It's in your Discord DM.
All right.
Is he's kind of replying to one of his own things. Yeah, he's doing a weird like reply to his own tweet, but then the context of the tweet he's replying to is that romancing the noble savage thing.
Jordan Peterson and fascist mysticism. You arrogant racist son of a bitch, Pankaj Mishra. How dare you accuse me of harmlessly romancing the noble savage? That's how you refer to my friend Charles Joseph, who I've worked with for 15 years.
And the
that
I'd
mean?
slap you happily is him replying to his own tweet, but basically throwing out an addendum to like, you fucking racist piece of shit, fuck you, I would slap the shit out of you, you fucking bitch.
But yeah, so it's like you're like, oh, you. It's like saying, I don't care that you're brown. I'll treat you just the same as you deserve to be treated, like everyone else.
Well, no. The from his side, there's none of like that tone.
Right.
But it's literally.
But the other dude is saying that, right? Like he's like, you would never hit me.
Well, wait, no, I don't think the other guy ever does say anything like that. But this is just purely Jordan Peterson expressing like, fuck you, I'm really angry, and like you're actually a huge racist piece of shit.
Seems fine to me, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I think. I need maybe like from the context that you've described. His frenzied followers.
But yeah, I mean like the, you know, if you wanted to criticize him for like some like I guess whimsical threat of force, like that's fine. But it's not like oh, I don't think it's like hugely condemnable. It's literally someone going, it's literally Jordan Peterson going, "What the fuck did you say about me, you little bitch? I'll fuck you up."
Yeah.
Which which is kind of like to some degree like sort of pathetic. Cuz you know, you just sort of shouldn't be conducting yourself like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not actually the huge like morally condemnable awful thing that I think it's being framed as.
Yeah, if it wasn't Jordan Peterson and he wasn't on like the global stage and I saw someone else say that, I would be more inclined to be like, it's not so bad that he's just engaging in this almost like childish banter.
Yeah, but also like the context of the thing that it is a response to, I think makes you I think I think stripping out the context is really kind of rude and fucked up, because it it frames it like, oh, these are just like the horrible things Jordan is saying. And it's like, oh no, well, actually, you can kind of just get like, this is something dumb that he said when he was like, kind of really upset because someone had insulted his friendship with some dude.
For sure.
Which is not like, it's not totally exculpatory. It doesn't spin the message around so much that you go, you know what, Jordan Peterson's fucking great. He should have been given a fucking medal for this tweet instead. It's like, no,
Yeah.
it doesn't take it that far. But it's like, it turns it from like, oh, you know, he's just like threatening to fucking slap people over like weird political, into like, oh, you know, he was kind of mad.
Yeah. No, so it's this documentary is like kind of funny with a few things like that, just where it shows him in his everyday life talking to his wife or like a friend of his, and they'll be like, man, those people were like in there taking selfies with you, and he's like, yeah, it's fucking weird. And it's like, that's just the side of him you never see. I've never really seen it before, because even when he's like in a lecture hall with students he knows, he still conducts himself a bit more professionally. But yeah, obviously over time, we all saw with his tweets, he became more unhinged, and it got a bit weird. And yeah, some of these follow-up tweets are also like pretty unhinged. This first one being misframed like this, though, maybe sets a tone for these other ones, which
yeah,
some of them aren't so bad.
But,
like this
when
one,
you
it's
said,
like, what does this even mean? Like,
when you said like how he kind of changed, I think that gets into kind of another thing, which is he kind of transitioned a lot of the shit that he was talking about in terms of like lectures, where he did like lots of psychological stuff, and even when he tied it into like, you know, some sort of religious framing of stuff, I always thought that it was really interesting that when he talked about like biblical stuff, chiefly because I felt like he was I felt like he was making an irreligious case for like the value of religious scripture, because he was going like, hey, look at these things, and we can derive like you know, from these we can pull out like sort of these meta stories and these values, and we can sort of, you know, talk about these things in terms of like the things that they are signaling to us.
yeah.
And for me, that was almost like a pure like atheistic sort of appreciation for like for the value of this religious stuff. And I think one of the things that makes him end up looking sort of kind of kooky is actually some of the people he's sort of associating with when he starts talking about some of the same subject, but also the way he's talking about the stuff. Because he ends up having these like big conversations with people whose take on it is actually explicitly more religious. You know, whether he's talking to like the Ben Shapiros who don't necessarily like, you know, like very sort of Jewish guy, doesn't necessarily agree with like anything about like the validity of Christianity, but obviously is like, oh yeah, you know, they are sort of like in terms of like the lineage of the religion kind of connected, and you know, they share a bunch of shit, so we could talk about that stuff. But from Shapiro's side, it'll be like talking about the religion from a place of the sincere belief in the religion. And the same thing goes for like a whole bunch of these other people that he has these big round table discussions with.
Yeah, well, they're all like, this is the word of God, this is why it is powerful, whereas Jordan Peterson is more moderated, where Jordan Peterson is, like, from an atheistic point of view, saying, well, this is like, there's a message in here that has been relevant for thousands of years, and this is why we should talk about it.
Yeah, but I also felt like when he was having those conversations with some of those people, like, if he's sitting there talking about, oh, this is like the psychologically like valuable like story that is like kind of woven in here in this like, you know, weird story about like a brother killing the other one.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That is like kind of magical and like and super valuable for us to use. And then you have someone else whose feeling is like, oh yeah, you know, this is part of like the divine canon, essentially. And I kind of feel like in that sense, Jordan's actually been talking past a lot of these people that he has. Well, it's not just that he's talking past them, like they're both definitely talking past each other. But it's like that misalignment on like on what it is that is valuable about it, where Jordan's like, oh, you know, yeah, all this like cool extra shit that is like not actually related to. It's not like the text itself or its origin, its provenance that makes it like magical. It's like the content and how that like is part of our great sort of human trend of like storytelling, and how all of these things are stories, and how these are some of the greatest stories, and they have like, you know, some of these great recurring elements to them that have reappeared in all of our greatest stories, because there's something in them that like we kind of inherently like need.
The archetypes, dude. Yeah, or there's parts of them that are like real. Like, there's meeting his fans. There's one where he meets a 15-year-old and the kid's like, I've been watching you and Ben Shapiro, and I'm like, oh, that was kind of weird. And then the kid's like, I've been taking your lessons of like improving myself in society, and I'm just like, that's good. And then he sums the end of that sentence is, and it's also like strengthened my faith in Christianity. And it's like, oh, I'm like, fuck, that must be a mindfuck for Jordan Peterson. But he, you know, he lets it slide.
Well, I guess it depends on. I guess it depends on when in his career he has someone saying that to him. But yeah, but you've got like whoever is on the other side of like that appreciation of the text and everything, whose take on it is like, I just fucking love it because it like came from God, you know, so it's kind of gotta be like based. I mean, I think there are people who have like more nuanced appreciations of it. Like, I think it depends on who he's talking to. Like, that Jonathan Pajot guy who is all like, I just love fucking like, you know, religious iconography and like what all of these things mean and everything. And that's probably more on like the same sort of level of like Peterson, where they kind of care about what these things actually mean. But then if he's talking to who is it? Is it like Dennis Prager, the Prager University guy? Because I think he was on like those big round table like biblical lecture panels as well. I kind of feel like his thing,
definitely,
because he definitely has like a rounded like political and like life philosophy of which the religion is certainly part. Like he has a strong sense of like, oh, this is how people should like behave and stuff. But I don't feel necessarily like if he's sitting there talking about the Bible with someone like Jonathan Pajot or Jordan Peterson, like, I don't think they are coming at I don't think they're appreciating the same things. And so I feel like it's really hard for them to have like a truly meaningful discussion with each other, because like from Prager's point of view, he's just gonna see like Pajot and Peterson talking about like these weird like other merits that have nothing to do with like the divinity of the text, and he's just going like, yeah, I love that these guys are fucking jerking off my holy book.
Oh yeah, my holy book, dude. Same, bro. Dude, I watched a classicist, I think is what you call it. So I studied like classics at university, but you never really hear about anyone who uses that degree and becomes like a classicist. So it was really interesting to find a guy who was at the top of the classics hierarchy to the point where he called himself a classicist. And I guess a lot of it was him like being an archaeologist and like visiting these points. So he's like deeply intertwined with the original like Hebrew translations of the Bible, and he's also talking about like how maybe the Bible wasn't originally in Hebrew, it was actually in Greek, and then he just starts like talking about like how Jesus was probably like a pedophile and shit. Or a human trafficker, and it was yeah, I was like, Jesus, this is like the dankest shit, right? And this could almost be like a further extension of, I mean, he's kind of like Jordan Peterson, but he's very far down the iconography route, where he is at the point where he is finding what he thinks is like the more original translations and the more true to faith translations, and then looking at how they were mistranslated, and then looking at what the stories really meant, which was like pretty wild. Yeah, it got really interesting because like the understanding of medicine back in those days wasn't like today where we have like a cure. Instead they were like taking poisons and then like taking finding like antidotes to the poisons, and then the mixture of the poison and the antidote was the medicine itself, as opposed to today where we just give someone an SSRI or whatever. Back then they would find like strong psychedelics and then try to remove the negative effects and get through it and stuff. So this guy is like very intellectual, very deep into what he knows, and very interested in Christianity, just like Jordan Peterson, but like different, same but different. Yeah, what a derailing. I derailed a bit there, but
a little bit. Good
yeah,
derail though.
Good, yeah, good one.
Okay though, because you brought it back. You acknowledged the derail, and now we can unpause.
Yeah, I was like, should we just move forward here? It's crazy how you have the memory to pick out exactly what that tweet was about. Like this one, actually amazing. Who knows what this one was about? I can totally see how a tweet like this would isolate a leftist, but then he's not saying against women.
But then if you also sit there and you decide to read the tweet, you take it in, you take a deep breath, and you go, actually, kind of true.
Kind of true. And I think this is probably how Jordan Peterson, a statement like this is probably partly how he internalizes the problem of a dude being like a 15-year-old being like, oh, like your works made me want to connect with the community. And then I also watch you and Ben Shapiro, who makes me want to connect with Christianity. He's probably just more happy to see that kid not feel so powerless and not be so lost, because he cries when he thinks about it. He cries when he thinks about groupers, and he's conflicted that he has a connection to them, but he feels so deeply for them. So just watching them find meaning,
it's
is
also about
what enough.
It's also about what he thinks his connection is to these people, and also what other people think his connection to these people is, because he's been accused of almost like sending these people like down this fucking rabbit hole, but then at the same time, like the actual interactions that he has with people is like, fuck, I was about to like fall down this fucking rabbit hole, and then I paid attention to your shit, and I thought about what I was fucking doing and what I was thinking, and I was just like, no, I just got to get like my fucking life in order. And like, and then suddenly the appeal of like these fringe fucking idiots just fell away.
This is probably the most based part about him, is because he looks at the people on the far left and he looks at the incel groupers on the far right, and his heart breaks, and he's like, I'm so sorry I ever maybe caused you to, like, maybe hypothetically caused you to like fall into these groups. What I really wanted was for you to just be like an individual.
No. I don't think that's it. I don't think there is any sincere sense that that he's inflicted that upon them. I think he recognizes that that is an accusation without merit. The tragedy that he's constantly fucking crying over is the fact that there are those people in those extremely fucked situations sort of in the first place. Where he's where he's like, this shit, it's actually really fucking tragic that you cut some of these people are totally fucked, and it's also kind of a tragic blessing that my my work has been able to like to help some of these people like pull themselves out of the darkness. You know, to sort of like to I guess borrow some of his framing of it, because he's fuck. Okay, so slight sidestep to get like an effective parallel. So you know how like the U.S. broad political situation is kind of like fucked at the moment.
Right.
There is the concern that like Trump's gonna run kind of like roughshod over like the whole of the U.S. And then there's the whole thing of like, okay, what are the checks and balances that like sit in the way? And there's like the courts and some of the institutions and shit. And you can be reassured that those checks and balances are there, but it's kind of tragic that you need them. And I think so there is like a fucked up, twisted, tragic reassurance that like that stuff is probably going to be okay, because like there are enough kind of like bulwarks keeping back the flood of corruption. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see how it actually plays out. But I think that is like that's sort of like the parallel with like Peterson and his approach to these people who have come up out of like the fucked up situation, where it's like he can't get an ego on him about the fact that like that he's a hero to these people, because he just thinks it's so fucking sad that they needed saving in the first place.
Yeah, that they couldn't have their what would Peterson say? I want to say they have their axioms aligned to find the strength. But he's basically preaching like a lot of these people who are like pressing enforced language don't realize how much society is prone to just freaking the fuck out and doing horrific violence, and that they're fucking with that, right?
Well,
so don't
that's
take
also
away those
the
checks
thing.
and balances.
Well, it's that he has become like he's become like an unwitting check / balance against like, you know, these people like fucking up their own lives and potentially doing so in like societally destructive ways. And he's really sad that they were like in that fucked up position in the first place. He's like, fuck, it's so sad that like that your life was so fucked up that you needed me to tell you to clean your room.
Yeah, I think that's fucked up too. There's a bunch of stuff like that, like very common ideas.
But that's
like Asmongold being
that's
famous.
the thing that's
Asmongold for the everyman.
overwhelming.
Everyone loves the Jordan Peterson message, clean your room. But then everyone loves that they found Asmongold, who's the guy who doesn't need to do it, and he's still like a straight shooter. And it's like, fuck.
But is he a straight shooter?
No.
Is he really?
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, why can't they have themselves in order so much that they don't need to look up to some fucking loser like Asmongold who like overcomes those things? I don't know.
I think I don't know, because I don't know necessarily how Asmongold gets big initially. Like, is he just like the biggest like the biggest, most unkillable World of Warcraft cockroach in the streaming space?
He was, and then he did the Johnny Depp trial, and at that point, like taxi drivers and construction workers started watching him. So he might even be bigger than you
like
realize.
normie appeal.
Yeah, he got mass normie appeal. Just because he just has those like sort of offhanded, kind of like Moon Tyrant a little bit or something, like an offhanded, honest, like snappy, top of his mind comment that people are like, oh, that's what I was thinking or whatever, you know.
He has that sense of like common sense, what feels like
yeah.
Do you remember Stephen Colbert?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you remember his bit about truthiness, the things that like feel true?
Yeah.
I feel like there's a bit of a combination of like the sense of common sense, but also the truthiness. Where it's not necessarily like common sense. It's not necessarily something that like that actually is like conventional wisdom, but it's something that in the moment feels like it probably should be. And what it really is I guess like a shared gut feeling. And it's like, oh, he's the guy that says like some of the stuff that like we're all thinking that we just want to say that like seems obvious.
Yeah, I don't think Asmongold
maybe is
truly
actually
has that
a 90
anymore.
IQ take.
Yeah. I feel like he's really fallen back into just the 90 IQ take part. But during the Johnny Depp trial, I think everyone was like, "Oh, like he's pro Johnny Depp. That's so based. Like, fuck those feminists." And like, but it's literally just him being like, "She's obviously acting," you know, and stuff like that. And it's like,
yeah. Well, I feel like it was probably very easy to do like the common sense siding with the purported perpetrator, because it actually turned out that like she was like really horribly fucked up. And so I think for some people maybe there was the appeal of like the boot on the feminist face thing of like, oh fuck these cringe women.
Yeah, finally we've got like someone who represents that and we can fuck with her. Like,
yeah.
Let's go.
But I think that is probably actually like 5% of the appeal of him during that time. I think if the appeal of the guy was actually this sort of like appeal to everyman common sense thing, I can see how that would really be something that comes forward during that trial stuff, because the thing that really genuinely did come out over the course of all of that is like, okay, Johnny Depp isn't a saint, but he wasn't like the wife beating tyrant that he had been accused of being. And then there was like all the fucked up shit that was like coming out from like Amber Heard's side. There were all the stuff that, you know, made her look freakish and like kind of evil. And like, you know, she would set up the camera in the middle of like one of his tantrums, and the tantrum would be him complaining about the fact that she's been like prodding at him, like winding him up to get to this point.
Yeah.
And then when he realizes he's being recorded, he like slings the phone across the room, and then she picks up the phone, and like just incidentally, the phone ends up getting pointed at her face, and she's got like the biggest shit-eating grin, like, "Oh yes, he's just given me the treasure that I need to sink him." And then everyone clocks that at the end of the video, and it's like, oh, she is evil.
She is totally fucked. Pretty sure in Magic Mike
so-
or something, she plays a character that just turned out to be exactly like what she was in real life.
Just
She's like a
is. She wasn't even
manipulative-
acting.
Yeah, she wasn't even. She was just and fucking Will Smith's wife was in it as well, playing the same fucking role of this group of women who were
that's
just
kinda
fucking men
funny.
over. Yeah, dude, that movie is a trip to watch. Pretty sure it was the first Magic Mike. They just objectifying the shit out of men.
Imagine you get onto like a movie set, and like you start seeing people, you know, like they're sitting there, they're like kind of fucking around trying to like just do last minute rehearsals on their lines and shit, and then you see someone who's supposed to be like the arch psychotic villain like come on set, and like the director is sort of telling everyone like what they need to be doing, and then they get to the person who's playing like the most like cartoonish over the top villain, just like, you know, turning up drenched in blood, wearing skulls, and it's just like, oh, just, you know, just fucking like be yourself, you know, fucking wing it.
Yeah, just go. You just see her abusing Will Smith, and you're like, oh, she's really in character. Like, let's go, bro. I don't know. You know, on the set, but not quite on camera. She's sitting there like beating the shit out of Will Smith, and the director's just like, Jada, please save it for when I've got the cameras on you. Fuck. Yeah, don't use it all up. Dude, you ever seen Courtney Love and who's the Nirvana guy? Kurt Cobain. Courtney Love and Kurt Cobain hanging out as like that as well. It's like, ooh.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's fucking. And then he's just
no wonder everyone thinks that she killed him.
Yeah, dude. And he's just so like when she's not around, there's just like a exhausted, sad like relief to him, where he's just like, Thanks,
thank
dude.
God she's not hitting me anymore.
Yeah, just like that. But
That is sad.
I don't think he would ever like leave her either, which was weird. He must have had some sort of savior complex with her, unfortunately.
I don't know. Maybe the dude was just, you know, like the totally conventional fucking abuse victim who just can't escape. Like they're bought in and they're like, fuck, I really wish the love of my life would like stop stubbing out cigarettes on my chest.
Yeah. Why did I make her do this to me? All right, let's push play. What's this next tweet? Dude, the first time I saw that tweet with the crazy woman one, I was just like, is he wrong? And then I was like, oh, fuck, how do I explain this on stream? I'm glad you came on to talk about it. Do feminists avoid criticizing Islam because they unconsciously long for masculine dominance?
This one is actually really funny.
Yeah.
No, this one is wildly funny. But the entire point of it is it's pointing out the enormous contradiction in like progressive like leftist thought, because it's not actually saying like, oh, you know, these feminists like they just crave like the deep dicking of Islam.
No.
You know, obviously the actual text is feminist Islam, but it's actually a criticism of like modern progressivism and the things that it is like focused on as like as the injustices that need correcting. And so two of the things that like that progressives have sort of cared about in recent years is the plight of Muslims who have been like mistreated, particularly since like 9/11 and stuff.
Right.
And then there is the broad thing of like women have probably not been able to like to participate in society to exactly the same extent as men historically. That seems kind of fucked up because it seems like a bunch of them would have really fucking wanted to. And so that's also one of like the preoccupations, and that's like a don't want to say it's like a sort of like tug of war, but it's like progressives and like the Western liberal democracies has kind of spent like a long time trying to work out like, oh fuck, like how much do we sort of really need to adjust so that we can kind of like let women like do what they want. Like, you know, fuck, what steps do we need in order to like to equalize this shit, to make it like really fair?
Yeah,
and
misapplication
that's,
of the message, like,
yeah. But so that stuff is fine. But he's basically saying, like, you've got a problem here because some of these things actually like run the risk of being in conflict with each other. And I think by this time he's probably had quite a few conversations with people like Douglas Murray, who's like a British conservative writer. And he's actually written a pretty decent amount actually on how a bunch of these like facets of identity in particular like conflict with each other. And the conflict that's being pointed out here is like you have these people who have this like this group identity of like religious person, and the thing that he's hinting at is there is an underlying thing to that identity that is like meaningful, and that it's that in the case of Islam, well, if you sort of like go by the text, it's like it's actually not so great for the feminist types. And because of like the orientation of like progressives in terms of caring about like the sense of injustice, they're kind of not really focusing enough on like what is the consequence of like permitting this religion that has as a major component of it actually a shit ton of really like non-progressive things. And because there is like this progressive alignment, you have you kind of have an issue of like, if you have these progressive values, you're not necessarily like assessing the problem in this way, because you are preoccupied with correcting the you're kind of preoccupied with like correcting the oppression, and maybe not delving into like the issues beyond that, like that sort of like surface level shell.
I'm making a paint to explain it. I'm making a Venn diagram. So they got the overly conservative values that definitely fall into the Islamic. Or is there another way to say that? Like the overly, it's like regressive, constricting values. I wouldn't call it exactly conservative.
But it's also really weird because this comes up as like a progressive virtue of like, some of it is about seeing Islam as like an outside identity as well, like the minoritarian person who needs protecting from like a tyrannical majority. And so I think that also clouds the assessment of it, because the progressives in some way already have done this calculation with like conservative Christians, where they're kind of like, you know, it's kind of fucked up, like the way you guys sort of like want to treat women, and like, and you know, we kind of view that as like the fault of your like broad political ideology and like traditional traditional sort of like conservative Christianity, and like that's kind of weird and fucked up. And it's like, well, if you want to see like weird, fucked up traditionalist conservative you know, weird, fucked up religious conservative values, like look at the places in which Islam is like predominant. You know, see how you like the see how much that shit fucking, I mean, see how much that shit fucking aligns with your sense of like, you know, feminist oppression. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a pretty uncomfortable part of a lot of religions, definitely like the vast majority of them, where the more you hang out with, you know, like just your average Christian or your average Islamic person, you realize it becomes pretty fucking radical at some point, somewhere. Like, you know, they, the more you talk to them, you more, oh, like it seems like all of your beliefs are like pretty much on point, and then eventually they're like, oh, I don't believe in evolution, or I think the world was only 5,000 years old, or it's a woman's place to live under her husband, or, you know, I am just racist. I think when God blew up Gomorrah, that was actually the right thing to do to the gays. And it's like, Jesus. Like, and then like that's well, you might be like, wow, that's a really far out there idea, but I think it's not far out. It's very common. Very
well, it's also that
lifelong belief.
That there are like a sort of scattering of those kind of beliefs in like, you know, to borrow a bit of Destiny's recently adopted language, like that sort of constellation of ideas. You know, you have a bunch of these things that do form part of like the way someone like thinks and feels, and it's not just that like feminist is like this reliably reproduced like monolith in which like everyone who associates with the idea of feminist has like exactly this set of beliefs, and that's the same with like Islam. It's that they have like all of these like little things, and some of these things are gonna like run into conflict with like stuff from the other constellation of ideas, right? And that's the little thing that he's like poking at. So I wonder, actually, again with this tweet, I wonder if it's in response to something.
Surely it is. Hold on, I'll give it a Google and see if I can find it. Just gotta get my Pepe in here.
Oh.
Do feminists avoid criticizing Islam?
Oh, okay. Yeah, he has like some tweets where he's like, number 2 of questions to get crucified for asking, do feminists avoid criticizing Islam because they unconsciously long for masculine dominance? So it is something that is part of him going like, oh, you know, like, here are some weird, like, tough questions that I'm, like, looking into. Like, these are my deep provocative things.
Oh. See, that's
and he's...
That's very
So this is where he's, like, entertaining, seemingly, a whole bunch of, yeah, God, this 2017. This has got to be because he's been talking about Islam with like someone like Douglas Murray. List of Douglas Murray books.
Dude, he had
Do I
a funny
find out
quote.
when he's.
Oh, he had a super funny quote in this doco where he's like at dinner with his family talking to Michaela and stuff. I can't remember what she says, but his response is like, yeah, but being a white man is kind of hilarious. Based. God, that's a great quip.
Ah, yeah. So 2017 is when Douglas Murray publishes his Strange Death of Europe book. The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, Islam, 2017.
Oh shit. Oh shit. You know what's that? So this doco we were watching was meant to come out 2019. So you know, it would have been right after he posted this tweet. Oh, like a year or two. That they would have started making this doco. So yeah, that's some interesting, damn good memory. Boom, boom. All right, let's see if there's another tweet.
I think he doesn't see that when he's fighting.
Oh, we can finally see if this guy is ideologically captured or sympathetic to the more extreme views. Let's go.
Or if it's just that he's oblivious. I think the issue is like he's kind of oblivious to the point that Jordan is actually trying to make.
Right. Yeah.
He's like he's almost thrown up his own wall defensively. He's almost in leveling the criticism, he is now falling afoul of Jordan's accusation.
Falling victim to the exact.
Oh fuck! What did I just press?
Hey, it's me, the soy.
I just control left clicked and it went back. Fuck. Oh, here we go. Powerful. It's right on the right spot.
I think he doesn't see that when he's fighting this battle, he's actually falling victim to the exact same things that he's accusing them of.
I think he totally did see it and know it, but there was like a part where he accepted that it was going to happen.
As I proposed in Canada was that the Conservatives.
He actually describes it really well earlier and says it's like his biggest fear to like become engaged in this because it was going to be inevitably putting him on one side of the battle that he thinks they're wrong for even being in. So that it's just such an interesting conundrum. And I think probably the reason he even voices the fact that that's his worst fear is because he's aware that that's inevitably where it's going to go.
In particular, cut the university funding by 25% so that the universities would have to sort themselves out. But then that was a provocative claim, obviously. But then I thought, well, that's not a good idea because it opens up the door to political interference in the academy, and that's bad. That's conservative and left.
Right. No, that's right.
like convince people to shut down the women's studies departments or the SJWs. That's not opening up the dialogue. It's a derogatory term about a group of people. When you take that approach, you invalidate the other person entirely. You call them hysterical. You call them ideologically possessed. That closes any type of communication. And I think it actually undermines his message.
Does it,
Yeah,
does it
okay, so
bother
pause
you
there.
that
So that's the thing that he's missing, is that like the problem is that can be like an accurate assessment.
Yeah.
Like sometimes people are so bought into like some sort of like group political identity that like you actually can't just like reason with like the individual, because you're not contending with the individual. You're contending with like you're contending with like their entire value system and like their identity as like a person who is engaged with
Exactly.
like whatever political grouping. Because so you're not fighting the person. You might be fighting that person's sense of like belonging in a group. You might be fighting like you might be fighting that person's sense of like what their core values are, where you could be sharing essentially what those core values really are, and the thing that you're actually fighting them on is the issue of like expression of what those values are. But like but if they don't see the argument on those terms, it to them it's almost like you're just trying to like debate me out of like being a decent human being. And at that point, like that's the kind of wall you're attempting to overcome. Like that is I don't think it's dehumanizing to identify that someone is part of like a group or whatever in that sense. But like the acknowledgement that like you kind of just can't get through to everyone in the way that you would necessarily want to is it's kind of like a defeatist, sad admission to have to make almost. And like there is an element of going like there can be an element of like writing that person off then and going like, well, they're kind of fucked, so I don't even have to try. But
what he wants to do is change the whole culture that they're within, because I think the way he would view it would be from like a Jungian perspective of the superego, and the superego is the part of your brain or ego or whatever, which is like made up of different parts, and the superego is the part which absorbs your attempt to become an individual, but instead of personally overcoming those challenges and personally like growing through it, it just works off of the community that you're in, right? So this is why they feel so like personally attacked. And part of the big problem with it would be that people will see like social issues and they'll be like, well, a good person would want to be pro-trans rights, for example. So I'm pro-trans rights. Whereas from Jordan Peterson's point of view, he's thinking a good person has to face like the biggest, most impossible, hardest thing to overcome and still stand up against that, even though they're afraid of it. So he's willing to go up against this like ironic. It's ironic because he's trying to go up against like their conservative thought, and he needs the power. He needs more personal power than an entire culture has like accumulated within itself, and he's going up against people who are like leaning on that cultural support network. Which is kind of fucking wild, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but the thing he's kind of contending with as well is like, so say on the trans issue, like him and someone else who he is arguing against, where they can be on like seemingly opposite sides over like how you should treat these people as like what is the corrective to their issue, but you can both be coming at it from a place of like sympathy for the fact that these people are damaged in this way. But if the other person's framing of it is like, well, you don't agree with like what the appropriate like medical corrective is, like that's got to be because you're like a bad person and you're trying to
Yeah.
debate me out of like being a good person. Like, you know, he can be still coming at it from the perspective of like, oh, these are people deserving like sympathy and assistance, but like we disagree on like what the assistance is. But
Yeah.
like if they have a particular ideological framing of the issue of like there is one true answer and you're trying to debate me out of that answer, and it's like you're trying to debate me out of treating these people as human beings.
Yeah, it
Then-
must feel to them
then
like he's
that
pro suffering in a lot of ways, because they just want to get rid of
Yeah.
all suffering, whereas he's like, some people are going to have to suffer in order to hold society together. Unless
Oh
unless
well,
you can
no,
all-
that's a slightly different thing because he does broadly say that, but I think it doesn't necessarily apply contextually to this, because I don't think it's that he would say we just have to let these people like suffer through the gender transphoria as part of some sort of like greatening of society. You know, he probably comes down on the like, oh well, it seems like if you don't transition these people, like most of them will desist, and then we can sort of work out what the appropriate thing to do is for like, you know, the 5 to 10% or whoever who remain at the end who are still like desperately gender dysphoric, and like, and then maybe like transition is the right thing for those people.
for those people. Yeah.
But-
Yes, well said. I agree completely.
But then for
And I think you
for
would
the
agree
person
with that.
who is, but for the person who's bought in, who is like, oh fuck, you know, there is only one solution. Like, they, to some degree, they are ideologically possessed. They are bought into a line of thinking that makes them actually resistant even to the position of people who hold like the same sentiments as them in terms of like, you know, compassion, sort of like understanding that there is like some problem that like that we might actually be able to affect a correction on, to make these people like not want to fucking kill themselves. And it's like kind of really fucked up and tragic that they're in that situation in the first place, you know, all of that stuff. But if you disagree on like the prescriptions, and those prescriptions are a component of like some ideological political framework, and you're so bought into that as like your identity that you can't entertain a different prescription, because to entertain a different prescription is like is to almost say like, no, these people have to be burned alive. Then fuck, where do you go? Like, that is the problem of the ideological possession.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What is the
Sorry.
answer to this?
Yeah, and well, no. See, that's exactly it. What is the answer to this? Is that it seems intractable, and that's the thing that like when he goes like, oh, these people are just ideologically possessed. He's not. In some sense, obviously, you can derive from that like a writing off and a not needing to engage, but it's also an acknowledgement of like the futility of it, and like how fucking hard it is.
Yeah, I think on some level, from his point of view, you would maybe need to get these people in an intensive one-on-one situation where you would need to have them accept the fact that some of their struggles aren't society's fault, but just the cause of life, and that like some of their problems that seem very unique, very individual, and very horrible are actually on par with other very common like life struggles. And you need to do that so that they are more willing to engage with overcoming those problems, which will then help them detach from an ideological point of view and more feel a confidence within themselves that they don't even realize they don't have, where they will be once again like more of an individual, right? But this is like a monumental thing that needs to be done with basically every single person individually, and the framework for doing that is that you need like a social structure of basically like a nuclear family where the parents are like coaching these people as they age into becoming like this part of life. But it's a incredibly intellectual, complex, like, and almost like modern problem that is well beyond like most parents or people in general to coach someone else through. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but
Well,
yeah,
I think
feel like
that
there's a lot
I
in
think
there.
that is I think that's hitting on like what you would maybe say is like a solution to some of these people who are like in that position of throwing up those ideological philosophical walls, where I guess what you're getting at is putting them in a better position to feel like they can assess these things on like a case by case basis, like absent the philosophical, like ideological, like group level identity loading that
Yeah.
that makes it difficult to like to have that conversation at the individual level, and to be like trying to convince someone of things like one way or another in like in a way that is actually just like sort of constrained to the topic, that isn't just like you're not just contending with someone on like the single issue, but you're contending with someone on like their entire like sense of self.
Wait, what was that last part?
Well,
for going the ideological level to find a sense of self, or
well, no. So, I feel like the thing you were describing was that you would kind of broadly want more people to be a little more like individualistic, like a little more well-rounded, and kind of not feeling so much like they have to be bought into like um group identity stuff that like informs their beliefs, like not feeling like they have to be bought into like a political ideology, religious ideology, whatever, so that when it does come to the point where you actually have to have these sorts of conversations with people, where you can have an interaction with someone where the thing that you are like having a little tug of war with them on is kind of constrained to just the thing, rather than trying to do a tug of war where like the little flag on their side of the rope like is nominally whatever their position is, but further down the rope they've got like all these fucking like weights and sandbags and shit, and all of that extra baggage that's there on the end of their rope is like their sense of like political identity and social identity, and all of this other extra shit, so that you're never really fighting with someone on like what the thing you think is you're in disagreement about. You're fighting with them about like their entire sense of self.
yeah.
And
The way
that's
I
the
view
thing
doing that,
that's the thing that's the problem.
yeah. So I feel like they need to like expand their view of the world, and then their place within it, so that their place within it isn't tied to what they think is the entire world, which is actually just this like one ideology. When they realize that, hey, my ideology is just like in a time and a place, and I'm just like a small part of it, but I also deserve respect, and I don't need to feel like my respect is being attacked just because this one thing is being attacked. And then also as a result, hopefully they come to respect other people more. And then it comes again into that whole thing where they are more than likely part of that 90% who isn't really. When Jordan Peterson says like, or makes them feel like they're hysterical or whatever, he's kind of correct, because they aren't in that 10% of trans people who Jordan himself would probably also admit, like, well, no, this is someone who I should probably consider needing medical treatment, and part of that prescription would be me acknowledging their pronouns in the right way. Yeah, but like, it's a slippery slope. maybe we should just keep cracking into it.
Yeah.
I'm totally gonna go clean up my room after this.
Call them ideological.
I mean,
disaster.
did you clean up your room after I fucking sent you the the pizza box cleanup fund? Huh?
Not really. Yeah, now you're here and I feel good.
Well then, yeah. Now you have a debt that requires paying. You have to make good on your end of the bargain.
I know, right? I had a lot of cope with it. I was like, I'll wait till I get my other monitor, and I'll wait till Dung's back, and they're both here today. Plus, Jordan Peterson is here, the saint of clean rooms. So seems like a good time to do it.
Communication, and I think it actually undermines his message.
Does it bother you that your audience is predominantly?
Dude, I wish they focused on this more.
Isn't that a bit divisive?
This interview.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's no more divisive than the fact that YouTube is primarily male and Tumblr is primarily female.
Isn't it?
Tumblr is primarily female.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together?
I don't know.
Without sexual harassment?
We'll see. We don't know what the rules are. Like what? Here's a rule. How about no makeup in the workplace? How about high heels? What are they
What
for?
about high heels?
What about them?
Did I wonder what Smugbug would say about this?
Exaggerate sexual attractiveness. That's what
He'd be
high
like,
heels
true,
do.
true.
Now, I'm not saying that people shouldn't use sexual displays in the workplace. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that that is what they're doing. And that is what they're doing.
Do you feel like a serious woman who does
Hold
not
on,
want
pause for a
sexual
second.
harassment?
Yep. Because I think it's really interesting, but also really weird how this is the set of things that follows on immediately from this friend of Jordan's going like, oh, I'm just worried that like he's being like kind of fucked up and rude and like undermining his message by like being exactly the thing he criticizes. And where they do like the shonky tweet representation and stuff, and then they jump into almost like a clip of his greatest hits.
Yeah,
it's just kind of fucking weird.
Maybe the last 15 minutes of the doco really wanted to
puff him up at the end. Okay, we have like the one retarded like detractor voice, and now we're just pure fucking gassing him up. Yes, we love him. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a bit of that. And there's been a bit of that throughout it, actually. But yeah, I feel like they might really hammer that home.
In the workplace. It's
interesting because the documentary has like a narrative style which doesn't involve an actual narrator, right? It's all clips.
I feel like if she wears makeup in the workplace...
Well, there was a few interviews with him where they specifically got him to like show around the house and whatnot. Yeah, where are their shoes? Best.
That she is somewhat being critical.
Yeah. Well, this has got to be at Jordan's house because this is like background is loads of like Native American stuff, right?
Yeah, it would make sense. His house is like very themed, you know, like different parts of his house are like thematically set for different. It's a really fucking nice house. Or like I would like to live in a place like that. I'd have different artwork. I wouldn't have fucking Stalin on my wall, but you know.
I do think that
definitely feels like a
when
style.
When you say these kind of things, a woman may think that, oh, then I might be responsible for what this guy at the office said to me because, yeah, I was wearing makeup. So then I'm the one to be blamed.
That wasn't the point I was making.
No, but do you understand that for a woman watching
okay,
this,
hold on, pause there. The problem with this guy's complaint is that it's almost like kind of true though, because that's kind of the entire point of going like, okay, if we want to like have these mixed things, like should we allow for like some of these things that we kind of all acknowledge are a kind of like sexual signaling or whatever, and then obviously the guy who is complaining in this clip is kind of saying like he I'm assuming, I'm doing some mind reading, that when he says like, oh, you know, if someone says like something to me, is it because of like the stuff I was wearing? Like presumably in his framing, it's that someone says like something grotesquely like sexually harassing. But you you know, in a slightly more fair interpretation of like that whole thing, you're getting slightly more into like, oh, if I like dress up like really nice and I make myself really attractive, and if someone then reads that as like some almost as like an invitation to act in like the lowest, like least objectionable way, but they're obviously doing so in a way that is like a reflection of like the fact that I have made myself to appear this way that like we all kind of agree communicates like you know, a sort of like not like sexual openness is the wrong thing, like but it is part of like the sexual signaling thing of like you've elected to conform to all of the things that like we sort of consider to be like attractive, and then someone has read that as like, you're like seeking a mate, would you like to go on a date, which is kind of like, you know, the lowest sort of the lowest least objectionable version of like a reflection on like the fact that you are like doing this thing. And Jordan's like, well, maybe sort of the lowest least objectionable version. I can hear myself.
That's fucked. Sorry.
And maybe the thing that you know, so his prescription is kind of like, well, fuck, maybe we just strip all of that shit out of the workplace.
I'm gonna play
And I think it's kind of weird that this guy's complaint, again, sort of doing the mind reading thing I'm doing, is that he's going like, oh, you're kind of saying that like sexual harassment has got to be the fault of the person who's doing like the conspicuous sexual signaling.
But it stops them from even considering the benefits of.
Yeah, well, it stops them from honestly like considering the point, but then it's also that it is like, it's sort of like a weird, because to some degree, it is the leveling of an accusation about like, that's what you meant when you said that thing. When you said that like maybe we should strip out sexual signaling from the workplace to diffuse like this fucking bomb of like, you know, sometimes you do have like problems in the workplace along those lines. Maybe we should just like do everything we can to stomp out fucking all of it. It's weird that the interpretation of that, which I thought was actually like a reasonably clear message, because he's like, because he actually goes over it with the Vice guy. You know, they have a bit of a back and forth on it. And so I feel like it does get elaborated out like quite nicely. So for this guy to come in on like a follow-up interview and to go like, it's fucked up that you like the person getting like sexually harassed at work, that it's like that they sort of like deserved it because they you know, because they came in and dressed nicely. Yeah, that you said that they like that they were strolling down Rape Alley like that, you know.
Rape Alley, dude. Yeah, I don't know if this guy's a grifter or something, but if we have to read his intentions as like totally deliberate, or his question is like totally deliberate, it's like he's got a supernatural force, or like the super ego, or the societal force to like the blinders
that
on.
He's fallen afoul of Jordan Peterson's like, you know, maxim about people that are ideologically possessed? Is it that he has a particular like political worldview that means that he was unable to interpret it any other way?
Yeah, hopefully, and it's probably very likely that the doco will push that as like a strong point over the next 10 minutes, right? It's just like, here is the massive brunt of ideological possession that Jordan's been talking about for years, and now he's like right up against it. Because I mean, it's been like a little montage of that, right? And it's just him trying to be very relaxed and let that moment like wash over him, which I said earlier, it's actually such a a good example of like charisma, watching him push through these moments and just letting them pass.
Kind of nice looking back at like pre brain broken Jordan Peterson as well. Because God, if you like, I feel like before a certain point in time, I feel like it was really, really easy to just like sort of point to him and be like, oh, like this is like a cool, good dude who like you can pretty like highly recommend. And I feel like since then, like the kind of fucked up thing is I don't think I would be able to like to just like off the cuff like recommend like listening to this dude, watching his stuff, because I feel like I'd have to caveat it with like so much shit about like, you know, this guy was really good like up until a certain point where like he was kind of falling apart as a human being because like his whole family was fucking like sick and seemingly dying, and then he like that was tearing him apart and he wasn't functioning well with the like being high profile in this way, so he got like medicated and like it was kind of helping, but his psychologist or whatever had fucking kept him on this shit for like 3 fucking years instead of like the 2-week hardcore intervention it was fucking designed for, and that fucking melted his brain, and then he melted his brain again when he tried to fucking fix it, and since then he's kind of never really been the same. He's on like a slow recovery. I feel like all of that is like way too much caveating to be like, you know, this guy makes some good like YouTube videos. You should go check him out.
Yeah, he really bridges the gap. But then it's like, then they look it up and they see him ranting about how the American healthcare system's fucked and he had to go to Russia to get fucking treatment, and you should only eat meat and salt, and you're like, oh Jesus, and fucking the Jordan Peterson shit. But no, I think I hope he's back on a better path. Pre-2020 Jordan Peterson though, peak.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what his reflection on it is going to be in like 10 years time, if he's fucking still around. Like, is he gonna be back to sort of like where he sort of should be, and he's gonna go like, you know what, those were a wild few years, and like I'm a little bit kind of like embarrassed of like the road I kind of went down.
Yeah. You'd hope so.
Thank fuck I cleaned my room and sorted my life out.
Speaking of people who should be embarrassed, actually multiple things that this doco makes me think of though, is I wonder how much, you know, like I'm saying, Jordan Peterson like bridged that gap where I was able to look at Jordan Peterson and be like, well, like Christians and people who are more conservative and less informed are really like tapping into this dude who I also find to be like very nuanced, very interesting when you listen to him properly. I wonder how much Destiny saw that Jordan Peterson model and started doing the thing where he tried to convert like the right wingers and pull them over to the left side, and was pretty effective in it. And then the other thing is the current political climate with like Trump and stuff. It's pretty interesting watching old Jordan Peterson, and when this Jordan Peterson stuff happened, it was a huge deal in comparison to some of the massive things that are happening now. It doesn't seem like such a big deal when it's like literally President Trump being the most powerful man in the world, but Jordan Peterson for a while was like really the most talked about man around. So I feel like they're part of the same snowball, and back then it seemed big but was small comparatively, but it's probably inevitably linked.
Holy fuck, Jordan Peterson for a while was tweeting so fucking much.
Yeah, dude, the daily tweets were every few hours.
Oh, dude, not yes, every few hours is the fucking thing. Because I just went and did like a little search because I wanted to see like, because you know the do feminists avoid criticizing Islam thing. I had that open on another tab, and it was like, oh, number 2 of questions to get crucified for. So I thought, oh, I'll go back and I'll go see, like, is there a number 1? Is there a number 3? And, like, I've done the little search, and God, this guy used to tweet so many fucking times a day.
Yeah. You know what that's going to be linked to is the stuff with his wife, like, not being around and being sick and that. because I don't know if you saw it earlier, but there's a part where him and his wife are sitting down at the table, and she's like, "You should just be focusing on your breakfast." And then he's like, "I am," and she's like, "No, you're on your computer right now." And then he starts eating his salad, and then she takes the opportunity to like lower his laptop lid back down. And it's like, I guess she wasn't around when he decided to start tweeting 1,000 times a day. Yeah, the absolute.
But also, it seemed like his I mean, like a couple of the tweets from around that time were, you know, pretty fucking based, one would say. Like the shit they were trying to bring up is like, oh, these are like really problematic, but actually they were kind of cool. Like his level of engagement with Twitter was really interesting, because it was, you know, when he started like retweeting the stuff about like the Chinese fucking sperm farms and stuff.
Yeah, he tweeted the fucking fetish
where it
porn.
was like some, yeah, you know, like I feel like he was like so engrossed in Twitter that he wasn't able to do like even the basest level of like sanity checking the stuff that was like coming in. Like he didn't have the ability to like to properly like filter through stuff, and I think it's just because he was just sitting there for too long like fucking doom scrolling.
Yeah, I think that must have been why people speculated that Michaela eventually took over, because some of that stuff chilled out, but then it got a little bit weird because it was her, and obviously her and not him. But,
I actually see, the thing is, I have a fondness in my heart for like Jordan Peterson's old lectures and interviews, but I fucking hate his daughter so much.
Yeah.
And I actually I'm kind of like a little bit disappointed in him to some degree for like allowing it. Not that like as her father he should be like curtailing her shit, but just like the level to which he has allowed her to like to ride his fucking coattails and to use his platform like as hers.
It didn't seem good for her either. There were points where she felt like Andrew Tate's girlfriend. You know, you're like,
well, it depends on like what you mean by good for her, I guess. Because you know because she was obviously like engaging in like some degree of like shameful like self-promotion using her dad's platform, and I think it was kind of like gross and fucked up that he allowed it. And I think mostly just because like some of the shit she was involved with was like really irresponsible. Like if you wanted to talk about like the weird dieting shit that she did, and that like maybe did help some of her weird fucked up problems.
Didn't they both do that for their own health though, or was that just his thing?
No, they both did that.
She got him into it.
She had like, yeah, because she had like some weird like degenerative bone shit that was going on, in which her like joints were disintegrating.
Right.
And it kind of seemed like the thing that actually genuinely kind of did fix her life, at least as far as their retelling of stuff goes, was, you know, essentially doing like a radical food elimination diet.
Yeah.
Where they like cut everything back to like pretty much literally just like the most basic shit, where, you know, you can pretty much get by living just eating this like essentially one thing. And that's actually not like totally implausible. Like Vice had I can't remember if it was like a video interview or an article, but there was this dude who basically had to resort to doing the same thing, and he could pretty much just only eat meat, and the thing he'd had to kind of take to doing for like gut health reasons was like fermenting the lamb. So this guy was just like basically eating like almost like rotten meat as like his entire fucking diet. And I've seen a couple of follow-up things where like 10 years later the dude is still going, and I think at the point of the interview, he had been doing it for a few years. So it's not like completely outlandish, and it's not even objectionable for people to like to talk about this. But like then going the route that she did, where she was like, radical food elimination diets like fix my problems and they can fix all of yours too.
Yeah.
Here is my company where like you can talk to me and I'll tell you about how much my carnivore diet will fix your life. And I'm going to use my dad's platform to push this thing. I'm going to borrow the credibility that he has as like a psychologist who has been like making media appearances for like decades at this point, and who has had like a recent blow up and like a very dedicated fan base who kind of hangs on his every word. And I'm going to like kind of borrow that credibility so that I can pretend to have an expertise about all of this fucking food shit, when all I'm really doing is relaying my experience and just telling you to do the same. And I thought that was like really fucked up. I think that's like, that is probably my one really harsh criticism that I have for Jordan Peterson over the years. Like a lot of the other stuff feels like pretty small potatoes, but I feel like that's actually like a really serious like kind of moral failing.
It got very extreme with her as well, like starting her own company called the Tiger Dieting Company, and then taking away from the original message of what she learned to fix herself, like Dung said, to say like this will fix all of your guys' problems, and then like really weirdly manipulating the diet to make it different to like anything else, to be like, well, like this is the only place you can find like my special target diet. So yeah, like all of that stuff just became a huge marketing strategy of her super unique individual diet and company.
Was it Tiger Diet or was it Lion Diet?
It might have been Lion. Yeah, probably Lion.
Was that
Liger?
Was it a pre-existing thing?
I remember her using one of the big cats and being like, yeah, because it's just meat, it's just raw meat and salt.
I mean, Matt Potato jumping in with the Liger bit is pretty funny. It would have been funny if she had done that, because Ligers grow to be like fucking enormous, but they're also like infertile freaks.
Yeah,
I think.
True.
Yeah, actual monsters.
So,
all right,
so that one would have been apt.
All right. Well, no more criticizing Jordan Peterson. Let's continue glazing.
Okay.
The guess is that this video is going to show him up against the force of ideological fanatics.
Place.
I don't
I'm
care
guessing
about
right.
that.
You don't care about what she may feel after she hears you?
Let's rewind that.
I do think that.
Bro, it's so
when
funny.
You say that, when you say these kind of things, a woman may think that, oh, then I might be responsible for what this guy at the office said to me because, yeah, I was wearing makeup. So then I'm the one to be blamed.
That wasn't the point I was making.
No, but do you understand that for a woman watching this and who is a victim of sexual harassment in the workplace,
I don't
things
care
like that,
about that.
You don't care about what she may feel after she hears you?
I don't care. I really don't care particularly what people feel about facts. I thought we were talking about masculinity.
We are.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, basically what you've been trying to do, I would say, for the last 15 minutes is put me into a sequence of corners by accusing me of various forms of misbehavior.
It's funny, I think that
he hates that shit.
Almost none of them have to do with my experience with Jordan. Right? There are either these articles about how he's the savior of all the young men who's fighting the
Hold
evil
on,
oppressors
rewind
that are about to take
like
over the
20
city.
seconds, because I just want to see his like disapproving head shake as he's scrolling through the tweets.
Oh, this guy.
Sequence of corners.
No,
the other guy.
it's
Yeah.
just after this interview, but yeah.
It's funny, I think that when I read these articles, almost none of them have to do with my experience with Jordan.
What a
There
fucking
is-
loser.
Yeah, this guy's.
These articles about
Look at
how
him
he's the
molding.
I can't believe my friend is like this.
savior of all the young men who's fighting the evil oppressors that are about to take over the world, or he is this evil white supremacist Nazi who is trying to destroy everything that's good about the world.
The professor.
Maybe he's shaking his head at the articles that were written negatively about Jordan, though. as opposed to Jordan's tweets himself.
I don't know, because he was shaking his head and then he was like looking at the tweets.
Yeah, that is how they showed it.
And he had just done the whining about how Jordan was falling afoul of his own
critique.
Yeah. His own critiques, yeah.
Women. Really? Is that what we want to do?
Is a load of rubbish.
These differences between men and women, they're not going away.
Oh my God.
You have to travel a long way to find true...
Like, he doesn't believe anything the way that it was framed there. He's just a guy trying to figure out the world in a sense. I know that
okay, he's a little more
about things
sympathetic
very
there.
deeply.
I'll let him off.
He doesn't like to admit it, but he's a very agreeable, compassionate person under the gruff exterior. And I think he's at best when he's helping people find personal meaning. You know, that is the antidote to extremism.
Life is suffering. But love is the desire to see unnecessary suffering ameliorated. Truth is the handmaiden of love. Dialogue is the pathway to truth. So speech must be untrammeled so that dialogue can take place, so that we can all humbly learn, so that truth can serve love, so that suffering can be ameliorated, so that we can all stumble forward towards the kingdom of God. Thank you for inviting me to McMinnville.
Yay.
Yes.
When I first met him, I kind of met him in the neighborhood. He looked a lot different as a little kid, but he had the intensity that he's always had. And that had to be about the third time he asked me to marry him, and I finally said yes. So he said, okay, if that's going to be the case, if we're going to get married, then the guiding principle in our relationship has to be truth, or it won't work. And I said, okay. I'd never really thought much about it before. You know, so I was just looking at everything that I had built my life on and was trying to decide whether that was going to be okay or not. So he really put a bee in my bonnet. He really put a bee in my bonnet. Because when you first get together, or at least when we first got together, there was lots of
Look at that fucking
old
hair.
family
It's kind of crazy,
things
yeah.
to have to unpack, and Jordan was relentless in unpacking those things.
In his old lectures, he had
Say
curly hair
somebody
down
was
to his
coming over for
shoulders.
dinner.
It was
That used to
awesome.
make me very anxious. And Jordan
What,
would-
looking like Steven Pinker?
I don't know, was Stephen Finkley? Maybe like a Roman legionnaire or something.
Oh, that'd be a question for him. Why was I having trouble with this? And then he wouldn't let it go.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't let it go. We'd have to get to the bottom of it. We'd have to figure it out because we didn't want to have this argument again. Over probably the first year or two we were married, oh man, we went through
Wait,
so
Devil, are you
many
hearing this in
conversations.
streamable or in? Are you watching the Kick stream?
I'm watching this through streamable, because otherwise I'd be hearing myself.
Okay, because I'm not hearing anything, but I guess that's just me then. Never mind.
Okay.
3-day long sometimes.
Oh wait, is the YouTube video not playing through? No, it is working on Crisp stream. Okay.
Yeah, it should be. It says
Why
it is.
is?
I think he says it's not
Crisp
working on
stream
streamable.
Just. Oh, are you on mobile? Yes. Okay, at some point you have probably muted or turned down Crisp's stream. You need to click on like the little video thing, and then you have to like swipe up, and then you'll have the volume controls and shit back. Discord Mobile is fucking AIDS for this. Because if you have muted his, if you'd like tuned into one of his streams but had it muted, on desktop, that will carry over to mobile.
Oh, ew. Okay.
About unpacking
Hold on.
old generational habits and
not working.
behaviors and
All right, well,
beliefs.
ignore me.
To become more clear with each other about where we stood, and so that we could be standing together. Like at every step of the way, George was trying to help to keep the communication going and to keep the road smooth for all of us. And that was very, very helpful, but very, very difficult conversations. And it worked. It really did. People ask me what it's been like for me, and they always approach me like this must have been scary, or this must have been overwhelming, you know, and I travel with him, so I'm there, but he really is like plugged into the world like he never was before.
Yeah, well, we'll work out a detailed tour through Europe, and so, and I'm looking forward to that.
And so finding moments where we have him again are precious moments. It wasn't scary, and it hasn't been overwhelming, but I've lost Jordan to the world.
Thanks for being the father I never had.
Hey, my pleasure. The best story isn't in the realm of identity politics. It isn't, well, the left has the best story or the right has the best story. It's that whole level of analysis isn't the right story. And the story that I'm telling people is that their lives matter more than they think, more than they want them to even, and that their ethical decisions determine the direction of the world.
I'm not a huge fan of the fact that this documentary is being made, because I think I said to you at the beginning that I thought that if a documentary was going to be made about what was happening at all, it should focus on the trans community and how the trans community has been affected by this. I thought that positioning it through a focus on Jordan Peterson was just going to contribute to his, you know, notoriety, or him building up some anti-hero identity for himself. Watching how the things have developed, and he's stayed in the news and people still talk about him, and, you know, he's advising candidates for the conservative party, and just getting way more distance off that controversy that he started than anyone who was opposed to him did.
And what I've increasingly realized is something like
So the thing that kid is saying is like a massive throwback to some of what Peterson said about being on like the opposite side of like a particular issue, kind of like forces you like in their mind and kind of like in fact to being like opposite that person, like politically, ideologically, whatever, at least just in the framing of being like, you know, confronted on whatever issue. But then the conversation we had that followed, where we were talking about like how you're kind of like contending with people's like sense of self, ideology, philosophy, and like, but also, what this kid is kind of getting at is your assessment about like what someone else's take on issues is, and how that factors into like their group identity, their sort of like group level philosophy, ideology, whatever. And so this kid is coming in and he's talking about, look, I don't want to talk about like Jordan Peterson in any kind of like meaningful, sincere way.
Yeah.
Because there's all this other like extra fucking baggage. Like, I don't want to like propel this dude because this dude's like friendly with conservatives as well.
Yeah,
Like,
which
what
is
the
terrible.
fuck? And so instead of like instead of going like, oh, let's get into like the meat and potatoes of like who this Jordan Peterson sort of character is, and like, and what my contentions with the man are, it seems like it gets into, at least from the little snippet we saw there, the flavor of the conversation seems to be like, how could we possibly do this because of all of the extra harms that will come with like the baggage that this guy has, like, all of the extra shit that comes along with like whatever my specific contention about like specific statements that he might have said, like, it's almost like the specific narrow contentions like have to fall by the wayside for, in favor of like all this extra baggage. And that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucking sad. It's kind of ideologically possessed,
right? Well, so if they had just like sought to understand him, they never would have made him this oppositional force, which never would have pushed him to be someone who's now advising the opposition, right? And
yeah, if they had like, it is that whole thing of this trend of like, you kind of see these political commentary figures or whatever who over the years seem like they've experienced that rightward shift, and it's because they've become like unmoored from the left, because the left has like cut them loose in some sense, right?
Well, I think like the person saying like as well, like no one on my side, this is like got as much traction off of all of this as he did as an individual. But I think they're really glossing over the point that their whole trans political side at the time was already way far ahead. So the right was like primed to be like, well, we need someone to like go up against this, like this like really powerful force that is like taking over universities and possessing the minds of all the kids.
I think that taps into the other thing we had before about how like some of this stuff is like relatively decentralized, and there is like unmitigated by like an effective leadership that properly like bounds the scope of like how far these values should be taken. And so you have like at the group level them talking about, oh, this is sort of like what our set of like political and social values is, and we're going to kind of like champion like the most extreme version of those things, and then like collectively they kind of drift in that direction. And that's the thing that like the people on the right are kind of like, oh, we kind of need like someone who stands in opposition to these things.
Yeah, like someone the left, if they had like a champion instead of like a decentralized system, they could have had a person who was like, hold on, like let's listen to what Jordan's saying, right? But like instead,
it's
they
that
were, like,
you could have had a
overconfident.
substantive discussion on like on the individual nitty gritty. But I also think it's funny that for the sort of right position, because I also still don't really see him as being like a rightist
On
figure.
the right, yeah, they don't get him either. They don't understand him either.
But it's that I think it's really interesting that it ends up being Jordan Peterson, because he is the guy that has all of these lectures where he actually really quite perfectly articulates some of the inherent like pathologies off the left and the right. And he entertains this whole thing of like we might actually have like a really big problem with the left, and it's because of like just what the tendencies of those like sides are, and like if you tend towards like orderliness and conscientiousness, you tend to come out conservative. And if you're more like open and sort of compassionate, you tend to come out more on that like progressive side.
Yep.
And you can take those things to pathological extremes where the right sense of like orderliness and conscientiousness, like one of the really key pathologies that we've identified there is like you start getting like hyper conscientious about drawing a boundary around like your in-group, and kind of going like everything outside of like that in-group are kind of like filthy fucking rats. And so, you know, when you start getting into that kind of like tribalism, otherism, racism, he goes, well, you know, we've got some like really obvious clear lines about these people on like what we consider like the far right, and we go, if you step over that line, you're fucking out. But then the left problem is like that proclivity towards openness, especially, and like that not really having that same inclination to draw boundaries around things in particular means that it's like really fuzzy, and we're sort of not sure when you can take those things like openness and compassion, we're not really sure when you can take those things too far. And then he, you know, would go like, oh, but, you know, like, you know, because the problem is that, like, you take the openness and the compassion to a really, really far extreme, and then you get, like, you get the ideology of people like Mao or, like, the Khmer Rouge, who go, like, oh, you know, we have to have, like, a radical compassion, a radical sense of, like, ultra giga extreme fairness. And that means we have to, like, kill you for having glasses, because why do you need fucking glasses? Why do you think you need to read? Do you think you're above the rice farmer? No, this is the ultimate compassionate, like, leveling of society, which is, you know, like, one example of something that I think we could all say is an extreme, but it's really hard to find a line between there and, like, I think that, like, society should be somewhat fairer.
Dude, I totally get where
and it's hard to work out that
coming
exact
from.
line, yeah.
I totally get why he started the battle. Like, when he's afraid of that happening, and then he's watching this leftist mob, the woke mob, you know, start to attack universities and whatever, and then he's like, I'm not a right-winger, and they're attacking me, just because I drew an arbitrary line that's just kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
You know,
well, again,
why won't
it's
they
that,
hear me
that
out? I'm actually
sidestepping.
very reasonable. And it's like they don't want to.
It's that like when we sidestepped over from one controversial professor to another, you know, we sort of step into the Brett Weinstein situation, where you look at like the weird fucked up culture that was like prevalent in his university, where it's like some of the shit that like Peterson was kind of getting at, like, oh, this kind of shit, like, you know, we should be a little concerned about. And it's like, to some degree, it had already taken root in like a really obviously pathological way, like in that setting.
And
I just think it's
that in the superintendent or whatever's office, they're saying that he can't use hand gestures. They're saying that he's not allowed to close his door, and they have to let them all in. And like, that shit was wild.
Yeah, but I just think it's funny that like that those things are like chronologically happening at like relatively similar times. I think those things are probably a few years apart.
Right. Okie dokie. Well, look at that contemplation on Jordan's face.
The best story will win. I hope.
I think he really believes that his own like individual strength can overcome like these massive societal pressures. It's kind of
And
kind of
I
based.
think if it
I
doesn't
mean,
win,
well, it
then
was
something
kind of
is
true
really-
until, I mean, I think one of the problems that is kind of in the background of all of that is he had talked about how he had essentially always been like a relatively anxious person, and kind of throwing back to the discussions about crying and stuff and all the tragedy of that shit.
Mhm.
That or rather the things that he perceives as tragic that make him fucking sad is he had talked about like wanting to kind of really delve into like why people believe what they believe and like why these people that did really fucked up shit did fucked up shit, and like the realization that like there's nothing special about being like a Nazi guard at fucking Auschwitz, that actually if you sincerely like entertain what it like requires, you could see that like a lot more people than you'd think could fall into that, and it actually wouldn't even be like abnormal for like the situation or whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like a huge change. It would be like a creeping thing, which is scary because it would become common. It would be like common. Like, it would be widespread.
Yeah, and that was like that was one of the things that depressed him. Was like that there is essentially there's nothing special about the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, he had this point with Hitler as well, when he's like, Hitler wasn't just getting up and like saying the most crazy shit. He was getting up in front of a big crowd of people who had been upset by things, and he was upset by things, and he would talk through them, and then some of those things the crowd would respond to a bit stronger, and then he gets up and he does it again and again and again, like 1,000 times, until he's really getting the crowd worked up to the point where they're saying like, you are the man to save us, you are the god of our time. And he's like, how many fucking people have to say that until you start believing it? So he's like worried about that happening. He's comparing himself to Hitler in that talk. And then I guess he's also like saying something about the crowd there as well. How it's like not just one man, and it's not just an idea that they just had. It was like a little growing thing. Really interesting stuff. Or really interesting that he was considering it this way.
And also really interesting that he came to that like relatively early on in his life, and it has basically made him depressed for the rest of his life.
Fucking A. Yeah. Tearful. Fucking, I shouldn't laugh, because it's pretty full on. It's pretty serious. He had a similar thing with nuclear bombs. He was terrified of them, which I thought was relatable, but I think a lot of the terror that he has in them is that isn't so relatable to a lot of people. A lot of people just like, whatever, don't think about it too hard. That was 100 years ago we had to worry about nuclear bombs. It's like, nah.
The not good wins instead, and that's, I'm not comfortable with that as an alternative outcome. Well, it's changed my life. It's undoubtedly changed me. I don't know how. I haven't had enough time to think about it. Like, so imagine that something really incomprehensible is happening to you. You can't believe it. You have no place in your conceptual structure to account for that. And so you feel as if it's not real. That's what derealization means. It means this isn't my life. You're separated from it. It's because you can't comprehend it. Well, every time I wake up, it's like I wake up and then it hits me that all this is happening.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
Him in the mirror there looked like exactly like Hunter Biden.
All this is happening.
You mean incredibly handsome? True.
I don't know, like I mean, it's not like a values thing of like being disheveled and drugged out, but yeah, just like a weird like a weird like actual likeness.
Yeah.
He is at the center, right in the center.
I do miss this version of Peterson though.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it was. I loved him, bro. I loved him so much when he was just like all the cyber. I could just live my life like happily, flipping tires and smoking a little bit of weed and sitting out in the sun, and listening to Jordan Peterson in the afternoon. I'd be happy as Larry back in the day. And this dude was fucking driven crazy. And then I had to be like, what in the world made him go crazy? You know, bro. Probably a little bit different for you, because I'm an eccentric young man. But yeah.
He is at the center of the center.
Here, we can do this. Are we recording again? So this is what I actually look like, and then this is what people who don't like me think I look like. So, yes.
And he's become a good friend of mine, and I'm thrilled and honored to bring up Dr. Jordan Peterson, everybody.
Dave Rubin, someone they don't fucking like though.
Yeah. Dave Rubin's gay, right? But he's like a self-hating gay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's not a self-hating gay, but I think he has tried to set himself up as someone who is almost like so radically tolerant that he will kind of set aside the issue of like a known underlying disgust that he knows that other people have for him. Like in the case of his friendship with like Ben Shapiro, like that's kind of a weird dynamic, because Ben Shapiro really does come from, he comes from like the Orthodox Jewish place, which in the way that he has like kind of described what some of his values are, like they are very much like traditionalist, like conservative sort of American values, where like the gay stuff is pretty icky, and it sort of has like some religious justification behind it. And so Ben Shapiro kind of like very matter-of-factly is like, like we can be friends and we can hang out and stuff, but I'm not fucking coming to your wedding, Dave.
Yep.
Visualize it.
Fucking A.
Dave Rubin is.
Oh no.
Oh. Comedic timing. Well done. But yeah, I feel like the main issue with Dave Rubin is so you have someone like Jordan Peterson who is not like who isn't like very clearly on the left or on the right.